unless you mute them. And I see that we're live. Please tell me if it's appearing on the different feeds, if there's anything I need to do to make it get onto my Twitter roll. And so we'll be chiming in. It's great to have you. We will. Have they not started, or have we not picked up their feed yet? Feel free to let me know, Emily or Roel. And Craig, you'll have the capacity to put stuff in the chat box that will appear on screen, so that while they're talking, you know, there'll be a little pop-up window that will show that. They haven't started yet. I don't. That's going to block the bottom of the screen, and I don't like the idea that it's going to block your face, Craig. So I'm going to. I think I have to log out of here, and then I'll log back in so that I'll be at the bottom, because I need to be a good host. And this is very Arabic, of course, to do that. So I'm going to be right back. Emily, if you want to chime in, and so that's their live shot. So they're not starting on time. So Emily, if you want to, you know, work things through, and I'll come right back.
Hello, everyone. So if you have, I put this in the private chat, but anything in the private chat, I can then use for banners and tickers. And if there's any other questions, feel free to use the private chat as well.
Oh, there they are. Okay. So are we, I don't even know, is my Twitter account carrying this? Is that working? It is. Wonderful. Okay, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. So maybe we want to start getting into the substance of it. Craig, I believe that you subjected yourself to some of the meetings yesterday, and it was basically two-state solution as cover for not doing anything about a genocide, I guess would be the headline, but perhaps you could flesh that out.
Yeah, it felt really surreal, Sam, I have to say. I was only able to follow a bit of it, not all of the long sessions. I listened to the Secretary General and to the French and to a number of interventions. And, you know, you would be forgiven for thinking that this was not a period of genocide. Because while some member states did call out the genocide, the vast majority of the speeches that were made in this hall were entirely focused upon a new amorphous political process leading to a Bantustan somewhere down the road, and not recognizing the horrors of what is being perpetrated. And what was especially strange about this was hearing all of the efforts to effectively normalize the Israeli regime in the middle of a genocide. Which is what the entire framing really is about. And one, I think, speech in particular that made me feel not just that it was 3 years ago, but that it was 1947, was the speech by Emmanuel Macron of France, that from my perspective was really just dripping with colonial arrogance, dictating the terms of surrender. And there we hear the gavel banging for the start of the session. Dictating the terms of surrender for the Palestinians, essentially talking about a demilitarized Palestinian state in which, in the initial period, international forces would
please take your seats.
For the
we are going to start now.
And yeah, really a very, very strange understanding of what priorities are at the moment when there's a genocide unfolding in Palestine.
Excellent. Well, again, we're all of our audios will be on throughout this. I don't know if we'll be able to turn them down or if we have to totally mute them. You, especially Craig, probably have the best sense as to when we should be listening to them and when we can cut away. So please feel free to be suggesting that.
Good morning, heads of states, excellencies, dear guests, people watching from home. The fourth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to
This is,
order.
of course, Annalena Baerbock, the President of the General Assembly, a German.
After our intense Monday,
widely
today
criticized for
starts
her
the
own
general
complicity
debate
in
of
the
the
genocide that's
80th
unfolding in Palestine.
session. Before proceeding to the general debate, the Assembly will hear an introduction by Secretary General of his annual report on the work
Torsten, I know
of the
you followed her
organization.
very closely, so
Under
we'll definitely
agenda
want your
item
thoughts on her.
110, in accordance with Resolution 51/241 of 31st July 1997. Please take your seat. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Now, the big thing with Guterres, of course, is that he has refused to say the word genocide with respect to Gaza, and even after the UN inquiry basically urged him to, if I read some of their remarks correctly. So that's kind of astounding. I know, Craig, you have written about or noted how he retroactively talked about how the UN failed in past genocides.
That's right. And he has this habit of hiding behind a rhetorical trick developed
Let me begin
years ago by saying
two
only a
words
court can
we have
determine
not been
genocide.
able to say often enough in this
Obviously.
hall. Madam President.
Oh, is this the first time that it's a female president?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think it's the
8
first
years
time.
ago,
It's been very,
in
very
the world scorched by war, leaders made a choice. Cooperation over chaos, law over lawlessness, peace over conflict. And that choice gave birth to the United Nations, not as a dream for perfection, but as a practical strategy for the survival of humanity. Many of our founders had seen firsthand the hell of the death camps and the terror of war. They knew.
So he can say words like death camps,
creating
I
a
suppose.
system to prevent the replay of those horrors. A firewall against the flames of conflict and World War III. A forum for sovereign states to pursue dialogue and cooperation. And the concrete affirmation of an essential human truth. We are all in this together. And this General Assembly Hall is the heartbeat of that truth. It is why for decades, world leaders have come to this one-of-a-kind podium. It is why you are here today. Because at its best, the United Nations is more than a meeting place. It's a moral compass, a force for peace and peacekeeping, a guardian of international law, a catalyst for sustainable development, a lifeline for people in crisis.
You know, we didn't have the capacity to do this, but I wanted to have a split screen showing the realities of Gaza as they spoke. So as he's talking about all of these things that they aim to do, we could
more urgent,
be showing both the reality of it and, you know, he's talking about, you know, international law and how much international law has been flushed down the toilet.
We have our work cut out for us.
To
our ability to carry
doing
out
and failing to do
is being cut from us. We have entered in an age of reckless disruption and relentless human suffering. Look around. The principles of the United Nations that you have established are under siege. Listen, the pillars of peace and progress are buckling under the weight of impunity, inequality, and indifference. Sovereign nations invaded, hunger weaponized, truce silence, rising smoke from bombed-out cities,
Is
rising
Craig, is
anger
he said the word
fractured
sovereign
society,
nations a couple of times. I
rising
don't know if
fleets,
that's typical
swallowing
speech
coastline.
or if it's a
Each one a
subtle
warning,
undermining
each one a question.
regarding Palestine.
What kind of world will we
I,
choose?
I think the emphasis on
A world
sovereignty
of raw
is an
power
easy
or a
phrase
world of
for
law?
a UN Secretary General in
A
that
world
role.
that is a scramble
Sovereignty
for
is
self-interest,
the first point.
or a
that you-
world where nations come together?
You'll hear a lot of generalized
world where
rhetoric
might
here and
makes
less
right,
talking about
or a
specific
world of
situations
rights for all? Excellencies,
and some
our world
hypocrisy.
is becoming increasingly multipolar, and this is positive, reflecting a more diverse, dynamic global landscape. But multipolarity without effective multilateral institutions can court chaos, as Europe has learned the hard way, resulting in World War I. It was multipolar, but there was no multilateral institutions. So let's be clear. International cooperation is not
He said that there were
naivete.
no multilateral
It's hard-headed
institutions.
pragmatism.
World War I.
In a world where there's
Yeah,
deep borders
it's
isolation,
funny
is an
because
illusion.
Emily,
No country can stop a
who's
pandemic
really
alone.
helped organize this, was
No
noting
army
out to
can
me
halt
how
rising temperatures.
when she was speaking
No
yesterday, how
algorithm
much it
can rebuild
sounded like the
trust
League
when
of
it is
Nations.
broken. These
How
are
he can
global
talk about
stress
that there's
tests
no
of our
multilateral
systems,
institutions
our
without talking
solidarity,
about how
and our
past
resolve.
multilateral
I'm
institutions
convinced
failed
we
in their
can pass these
responsibilities.
tests, and we must. Because people everywhere are
Well,
demanding
he's
something
talking about
better,
World War I, not World
and
War
we
II.
owe them a
I
system
understand,
worthy
but
of their trust,
it's strange that he
and
would
a
jump
future
that and
worthy
not
of their dreams.
to me.
Well, it's a
And so we
comparison
must
lots of
make
folks are making these
a
days,
choice,
the League of Nations
an
and how
active choice,
its own failures to
to
act.
reaffirm the imperative of
Just
international law, to reassert the centrality of multilateralism,
international law.
to reinforce justice and human rights.
Or Zionist petitions, ultimately. That was the quid pro quo that Britain got in return for the
And
getting the US
Trump
into the war.
contained in its first word,
Right, right.
we, the peoples. Excellencies, the choices we face are not part of an ideological debate. They are a matter of life and death for millions. As I scan the global landscape, we must make 5 critical choices. First, we must choose peace rooted in international law. Peace is our first obligation. Yet today, wars rage with a barbarity we vowed never to allow. Too often, the Charter is brandished when convenient and trampled when not. But the Charter is not optional. It is our foundation. And when the foundation cracks, everything built upon fractures. Around the world, we see countries acting as if the rules don't apply to them. We see humans treated as less than human, and we must call it out. Impunity
It is interesting that all these speeches always sound like they're addressed to observers rather than the participants who are doing all of this.
Civilians are being slaughtered, starved, and silenced. Women and girls face unspeakable violence. There is no military solution. I urge all parties, including those in this hall, end the external support that is fueling this bloodshed. Push to protect civilians, because the Sudanese people deserve peace, dignity, and hope. In Ukraine, relentless violence continues to kill civilians, destroy civilian infrastructure, and threaten global peace and security. I commend recent diplomatic efforts by the United States and others. We must work for a full ceasefire and a just, lasting peace in accordance with the Charter, UN resolutions, and international law. In Gaza, the horrors are approaching a third monstrous year. They are the result of decisions that defy basic humanity. The scale of death and destruction are beyond any other conflict in my years as Secretary General. The International Court of Justice has issued legally binding provisional measures in the case named application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip.
This is a big step for him, that line.
Famine has been declared.
Even if it's just an
Killing has
observation.
intensified. The measures stipulated by the ICJ must be implemented fully and immediately.
The first thing that got an applause.
Yeah, really.
Nothing can justify the horrific Hamas terror attacks of October 7 and the taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned.
This is a word-for-word
And nothing
repetition.
can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people and the systematic destruction of Gaza.
Of his lines.
We know what is needed. Permanent ceasefire now. All the hostages released now. Full humanitarian access now. And we must not relent in the only viable answer to sustainable Middle East peace, a two-state solution as so eloquently reaffirmed yesterday. We must urgently reverse dangerous trends on the ground, relentless settler expansion and violence, and the looming threat of annexation must stop. Everywhere, from Haiti to Yemen, to Myanmar and the Sahel and beyond, we must choose peace anchored in international law. The past year has brought glimmers of hope, including the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand.
So it was remarkable, Craig, that I didn't expect him to talk about the ICJ orders, but it's his failure. The ICJ did something significant by issuing those orders, but the UN has failed to implement those orders.
Well, yeah, what's striking about that reference is, I mean, he stuck to his standard talking points as he's reading both sides of talking points, and then ceasefire, release the hostages, allow humanitarian access, two-state solution. He's repeated that mantra over and over again throughout the genocide.
Are they talking about Palestine again?
It must be more representative, more transparent, and more effective.
It's the Security Council.
Beyond crisis response, we must tackle the injustices that ignite conflict, exclusion, inequality, impunity, and corruption. The surest way to silence the guns is to raise the volume for justice. Real security is born of fairness and opportunity for all.
Excellencies, this leads me to my second point. We must choose human dignity and human rights. Human rights are not an ornament of peace, they're its bedrock. Human rights, economic, social, cultural, political, and civil, are universal, indivisible, and interdependent. Choosing rights means more than words. It means choosing justice over silence. It means protecting freedom and civic space, advancing equality for women and girls, confronting racism and discrimination in all its forms, protecting human rights defenders, journalists.
Do you want to chime in at all, Craig, in terms of your thoughts about his remarks? And I don't know if we can turn down his volume, not turn it off, but turn it down so that we can hear Craig better while still keeping an eye on. Is that all right? I
don't want to make this the Craig show, but I know others have comments. But you know that his reference to genocide in Palestine, of course, was not a direct reference. It was a reference to a court case in the International Court of Justice, and his rhetorical device that he's been using throughout the genocide is to say that only a court can determine a genocide, which is an abdication of his responsibility to warn about genocide and to help to prevent genocide, because court cases come after the fact. And you'll notice that what he said there was not that there is a genocide. He said there is a case in the International Court of Justice. Now that's important because that is, he's breaking with his usual talking points and he's entering into a territory that he's been told not to enter into. but it is still hiding behind the usual trick of saying only. It's important as well that he said this is the worst situation that he's seen in his years in his international career, which is noteworthy. But again,
although he didn't open with it, but yeah.
And he opened with his both sides. So, one day of October 7th effectively being equal to 2 years of continuous live streamed genocide, which is, this is consistent with the positions he's been taking throughout the genocide. This kind of both sidesism, which all the senior officials in the UN have been hiding behind as well.
That would make it possible to
and if you recall, early on, he was widely criticized for saying that the attacks of October 7th didn't happen in a vacuum. Like a lot of weight came down to bear on him for that. So he didn't repeat that here, which I think is noteworthy.
Right.
Because he's clearly been brought into line about that. So I think Guterres basically is trying to toe the line between appeasing imperial interests of the United States and Israel, and at the same time having some measure of credibility before the world stage. And so he's both siding it. This is wholly inadequate. I mean, I don't like to really get excited about these little crumbs that people throw our way, the rhetorical crumbs like he's doing, because it's just not acceptable. Because he wouldn't be, if what's happening to Palestinians in Gaza were happening to anyone else, certainly if it were happening to Ukrainians or to Israelis, that we all know that the language would be really powerful. Well, first of all, it would never get to that point in the first place, but if it ever did, it would be really, unyielding, uncompromising, savage language.
This brings me to the third choice. We must choose justice.
He yesterday, I might have missed it. I don't know. Yesterday, he kind of slammed the one-state solution and misconstrued it. I'm sorry?
A particular kind of one-state solution is what he slammed. He didn't acknowledge there are others.
Exactly. He spoke as though a one-state solution would mean a one-state solution as envisioned by Netanyahu, with even more ethnic cleansing and complete imperial domination, without and saying that the two-state solution is therefore the only option, ignoring a one-state solution where you have a one democratic state, one person, one vote, which is extraordinary. He's gotten more aggressive in terms of his dismissal of that, because I think they used to only say we need a two-state solution, and now they're saying it's the only solution, and now they're saying one state means bad.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because his entire lens of the world, which is very common in that building, is that they cannot see beyond the ideology of Zionism. He started his speech today saying this is not about ideologies; it's about practical realities. And yet, he cannot imagine a post-Zionist reality in Western Asia, in which you could have one state with equal rights for everybody. And so it either has to be two states where that ideology is preserved, or one state in which that ideology is preserved. But he can't imagine a situation in which there was a dispensation where that ideology was not the framing.
The International Court of Justice has affirmed the legal obligation of states.
And frankly, I mean, I don't understand why anybody is still talking about the two-state solution. Everybody acknowledges that it's wholly unrealistic, that it's impossible to implement at this point, with over 1 million rabid Zionist, very violent settlers already existing on Palestinian land in the West Bank. But I think, even though he referenced settlers, the context of settler colonialism is wholly absent. The context of indigenous liberation is wholly absent. And I think that's a really important and terrible omission on his part.
Mobilize
Absolutely.
$1.2 billion annually in climate finance by 2035.
It's the one critical situation in the world where they don't talk about root causes. Right? They don't talk about settler colonialism. They don't talk about political Zionism. They don't talk about apartheid. They don't talk about racial, religious supremacy. They don't talk. So they don't talk any about the root causes. We only talk about this sort of absolute necessity of preserving an effectively unjust status quo, and even now using the language of stabilization, stabilizing an unjust status quo, which seems to me is not consistent with charter objectives of justice.
You're referring to the stabilization force put forward by the Saudis and French?
But the language of stabilization, which is also reflected there, yeah.
But we must choose climate justice and climate action. First, we must choose to put technology at the
Horsten, please feel free to chime in as well, both in terms of the substance that we've seen so far and maybe even to preview the president of the General Assembly who'll be speaking next, if you like.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Yeah, I'll chime in when I feel like I can add something to the comments. Sure.
It's interesting. He's talking about AI now, and there's so much that could be said about that with respect to Palestine as the Palestine laboratory and using these technologies for the most insidious purposes of surveillance and killing and so on. But I would imagine that he's not going to get into that endemic warning that Palestine gives as to the future of these technologies.
And even mass destruction. Tools that can drain energy, strain ecosystems.
That's a good point, Sam. And not just with regard to AI, but I mean, as many commentators have been pointing out all along, that as goes Gaza, so go the rest of us. That this is a laboratory of absolute repression that is going to be reflected elsewhere, and AI is one piece of that. But indeed, the trampling of any pretense of parameters of international law, the rewriting of international humanitarian law, the ignoring of international human rights law, the destruction of international criminal law, the repercussions of that will extend far beyond Gaza. Israel is writing the universal roadmap for the next phase of global relations, and barely a hint of that global threat anywhere in any of the things that we're hearing in this hall.
I mean, it's remarkable given the extent to which Israel and the United States have openly not just flouted but threatened international institutions that may finally a little hold Israel accountable. You'd think that he'd address that. You'd think he'd address, you can't do this to the ICC. You can't be undermining the ICJ. You'd think that he might say, we at the UN failed to implement these ICJ orders that I just told you about. As it is, I think that it allows him to talk about international law while completely obscuring how he's effectively undermined it.
We, the international community, must ensure that technology lifts up humanity. So let us choose cooperation over fragmentation, ethics over expediency, and transparency over opacity. Technology will not wait for us, but we can still choose what it serves. So let us choose
transparency over opacity. My thing on technology is to the extent to which it's used selectively. That is, certain people get privacy and certain people don't. And now we see Larry Ellison, who's a diehard pro-Israeli fanatic, head of Oracle, taking over TikTok. That's because they had a youth problem with a lot of young people on TikTok, and now that's going to be destroyed by the United States government effectively engineering this thing where pro-Israeli, horrifically pro-Israeli, main funder of the Friends of the IDF is now going to be a central figure in TikTok USA if Trump and company get their way. So the technology becomes simply another instrument.
Our vision to unite nations, to bridge divides, and confront the challenges before us. The Pact for the Future has shown your determination to build a United Nations that is stronger, more inclusive, and more effective. That is the logic and the urgency of our UNAIDS initiative. We are moving swiftly.
You can see the tone-deaf nature of this. He references the Pact for the Future and proposals for UN reform, all of which are about tinkering around some internal arrangements within the United Nations, but none of which recognize, the elephant in the room or the bull in the china shop, that it is situations like that in Gaza that are the biggest threat to the survival of the United Nations as an institution, that the failures of the UN in Gaza and elsewhere, but especially in Gaza, where people can see the contradictions so clearly and the horror so clearly on a daily basis. The world says that if the United Nations doesn't respond effectively, it will not have legitimacy. Whatever legitimacy it had, which has been tattered in recent years, will have been lost. And then without that legitimacy, how long can an international institution remain? How long can international law be sustained as something that is credible and binding on anyone? It's not binding on Israel. And I don't have the sense that in the halls of the United Nations, they understand, ironically, even though it is Israel, the one state in the world that repeatedly murders UN staff, abducts UN staff, tortures UN staff, bombs UN compounds, attacks UN convoys, mirrors the United Nations as an organization, mobilizes its proxies in the West to cut off funding to the United Nations. Despite the fact there is one state in the history of the United Nations that has this record of direct attacks on the UN and its people, but they still cannot see the threat that emanates from this particular regime to the United Nations.
And the potential of every human being.
It's great.
I learned early to persevere, to speak out, to refuse to surrender, no matter the challenge, no matter
this is funny.
No matter the hour. We
Right.
must and we
Painful and funny.
Speak out, right?
In a world of many choices,
Exactly.
there is one choice we must never make: the choice to give up. We must never give up. That is my promise to you, for peace, for dignity, for justice, for humanity.
For empire.
So is possible as one. I will never, ever give up. Thank you.
I will never give up unless the US tells me to.
So coming up, she maybe Torsten, maybe you want to chime in and just give us a thumbnail sketch of her?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Baerbock, used to be the foreign minister of Germany until a few months ago. She's been a kind of avid supporter of the genocide in many ways, although now I think she's trying to kind of switch the tone a little bit to kind of make it seem as if, I think yesterday at one of the kind of speeches during the UN conference on the two-state solution, she even referred to a painting by Palestinian children where the school was destroyed, even though she kind of justified the targeting of schools kind of in a kind of official speech. It's all, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I think she's doing something similar as Guterres in the sense of kind of these kind of sleight of hands that kind of make it seem like they're kind of fighting for justice, but they're actually just kind of covering up kind of what's happening.
I mean, it seems more.
Here she's depicting Gaza.
Let's see. We turn up the volume a little.
Ukraine are hiding from drones, trapped in their homes instead of living their final years in peace. Children in Haiti, too afraid to walk to school, afraid they might be gunned down by gangs like their friends. And for every conflict and tragedy that seizes the headlines, there are so many more that are forgotten, lost to the news cycle, like of the Congo, shielding their daughters from armed groups, fearful they might be raped. And Rohingya children spending their whole childhood in tattered tents, unable to remember what their home looks like. Faced with these realities, now is not the time to celebrate, but to ask ourselves, where is the United Nations? Distinguished heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, people out there in the world watching us. Clearly,
I don't know. It feels like she's celebrating.
Right. Well, she's proud of herself for being there in the first place.
Correct.
Allow to weaponize these failures, to argue that our institution is a waste of money, outdated, irrelevant. When the principles of the Charter are ignored, is it the UN that has failed? When tanks rolled into Ukraine, was it because Article 2 of the Charter is not clear enough about sovereignty and territorial integrity? When civilians, children, are killed in Gaza, is it humanitarian law at fault for failing to protect them?
I mean, it's kind of a cliche, right? But
it's not the
the
Charter.
fact that all these sentences don't have agents in them,
Not the
there's
UN,
nobody's doing it. It's just kind of happening. It's kind of
the
just
Charter,
remarkable.
our Charter, is only as strong as member states' willingness to uphold it, and their willingness to hold to account those who violate it. Excellencies, yes, our world is in pain. Yes, we have failures.
She is also absolving the leaders in the UN of
How much
responsibility
would it be without
for
the
these
United
things if they have no agency, no
Would
power,
a single person be better
no
off without
no
it?
opportunity to invoke charter
Without
power,
UNICEF,
which is not
26
true. Fair enough.
million children would not have
But
received
the
an
UN exists
education.
for a reason, presumably.
Without the World Food Program,
Well, she's
nearly
also absolving the
125
leaders of
million
the member states as
would
well,
have
right?
lacked
Her own
life-saving
country and many
food.
other countries who've, like in her case,
Without the
actually
World Health
participated
Organization,
in
over
and
a billion
enabled
vaccines
what's happening in
would
Gaza and
not
also
have
what's
been
happening elsewhere.
supplied.
So, yeah.
Sometimes we could have done more, but we cannot let this dishearten us. If we stop doing the right thing, evil would prevail. This 80th session is not about big celebrations. It's about finding the resolve not to give up, the resolve to be better together, just as our predecessors did 8 decades ago. This institution was born in a world on fire and desperate for reprieve. 750 million, nearly a third of humanity back then, still under colonial rule. 2 world wars in a generation, 70 million dead. The horrors of the Holocaust revealed to our collective shame. This was a generation that knew almost nothing but suffering and despair. The signing of the Charter in 1945 gave hope to millions, gave us a North Star that guided our path from the ashes of war, helped guide nations from colonial rule into independent states, helped end apartheid. Across the decades, the United Nations has been a compass pointing toward peace, humanity, and justice.
So there you have
We have not
the
always
continued existence of apartheid in
the
places.
story of this institution
Absolutely.
is not a story of easy victories. It's a story of falling and rising, of pulling ourselves and
It almost feels like,
back up
you know,
and trying
an
harder.
abusive relationship. It's like
We gathered here for the 80th
UN
time, not
help
for
you
empty
get you out of
celebrations, but
colonialism, so
also
you better be
not to
grateful
hear
for
our own
where you're
voices.
at right now.
We gather to prove
because
that this
if we
institution
fail to
matters.
oppress you in the way that we
And
do,
that
then
through this
there could be a
institution,
resurgent
every
colonialism.
nation represented
I
here,
think there's an implied
no
threat.
matter how big or small, can summon again the strength and unity first shown in San Francisco 80 years ago. The courage and resolve of world leaders, who even while some called them back then naive, believed they could build a better world from the wreckage of the old. They showed then what true leadership is. It's not about imposing your will or putting others down. True leadership is about lifting others up, not out of altruism, but for a mutual benefit, and even out of our self-interest.
I don't know about the lawsuit
Because our
against her. I'd
founders
love
and
to know
every
more.
architect of peace since then
Yeah,
has
but
understood.
wait, which are you
helping
talking
others
about? The lawsuit in
will
Germany,
make
or
ultimately
I don't know.
our
The
own countries
text scroll
stronger.
underneath. I don't know if you're able to see that.
Could any state have
but-
faced the global pandemic alone?
oh, I see. No, yeah, I see. Yeah.
The virus did not have any
Well, there's
power.
currently a kind of legal
We were
challenge of
only able
her
to
and a
solve
number of
it at the
other
end with the
members of
support of the
her
World Health
government in
Organization.
Germany to be
The climate
prosecuted
crisis
for
does not stop at
her
borders.
participation and
CO2
complicity
emissions
in
anywhere affect
war
people
crimes
everywhere.
and crimes against humanity.
Even the wealthiest cities in the world
But
cannot
so far, I
shelter
think the kind of
themselves
the
from
general
wildfire.
prosecutor in Germany has kind of refused to
And
even,
imagine
start
coming here by plane.
investigating
How
those
safe
kind of
would
crimes.
you feel to step into the next airplane if there were
I feel
no
like there's,
national civil
you know,
aviation
you know,
organization
Gutierrez
anywhere?
seems slick to me,
This is
whereas
one
she,
stop
I mean, it's sort of like a Biden
for
versus
5
Trump
billion
thing.
passengers
You know,
each year.
she,
How comfortable would
Gutierrez
you be
is,
with your children using the
kind of
internet while
slick about it,
they
like
are in
Obama, I
uncontrolled
suppose.
and
Whereas
unchecked?
she's tacitly
The line
threatening in
between
a
what
way
is real and fake
that
start
I
to
feel
blur.
from Trump. I mean, her style is
In
very
this
different than
globalized,
Trump's, but I feel
digitalized world, we work together
like
or
her
we suffer
brazenness in having
together.
supported explicitly the genocide,
Excellencies,
kind of,
the theme of this
um,
milestone session and the high-level week
and
is
her
therefore
refusal to take
better
responsibility
together.
for her past
80
words,
years and more for peace,
justifying the bombing of
development, and
structures.
human rights. We're living
Yeah, I
in
mean, part of what's kind
peaceful
of scary is that I think
was not
there's no
fulfilled.
acknowledgement on her part or on the
We're
part of the
still
German
come together
government
to
or
confront the hardest topic.
her kind of
The
party
session,
to that they've been actually
session where the
contributing
ICC
to and being
started
complicit
boldly
in the crimes that have been happening. I think there's
we
this,
showed some of
I
our
think
strength.
sometimes even like the genuinely believed
But
idea that they
even
have nothing to
without
do with that,
dialogue
and
and
they're trying to do
diplomacy
their
need
best to
renovation. That is why the Grenadian Institute and the wider reform process are not luxuries, but
to provide
necessities.
humanitarian assistance, to kind of
We are literally
mediate,
our
etc. I think there's no kind of
nation
understanding of their own
great
kind of complicity,
global.
or at least no
Living
acknowledgement of
and
that. So, and
therefore,
so
we
you're
have
right.
to
I mean,
deliver
that's
United
scary in
Nations
the sense of like
that is
that's going to
agile,
continue, right? Unless
cost-effective,
somebody holds them
and
accountable
fit for
for
purpose.
what they're doing.
Member states have to give the Secretary General and this process their full support, because reform cannot stop in New York. It must carry through to every capital.
Yeah, and indeed, the ICJ
progress on the sustainable development
provisional, the emergency orders of early 2024 that Gutierrez referred to put every country on notice that they had to do everything they can to stop a genocide. And even after that point, and continuing, Germany is arming and backing and doing all these things. And that was recently highlighted by the
leaving hundreds of
UN
millions trapped in
Commission.
extreme poverty, vulnerable to
I mean,
crime.
yesterday the German foreign minister actually
Not only a
claimed
moral
that Germany recognizes the 2024 ICJ advisory opinion and is acting according to it, even though the ICJ ordered, an end of, an immediate end of the kind of occupation within a year, and so that hasn't happened. Actually, Germany kind of continues to insist on kind of a negotiated kind of solution, as they say, right? So they're not. So there's always this kind of double speak. On the one hand, just to claim like
And here we must
respecting international law and their international kind of obligations, while at the same time doing the complete opposite. And I think that's true of the current government. That's true of her government as well.
We many of us have been calling for Uniting for Peace resolutions that would have teeth in them, but there have been resolutions that haven't had teeth in them, and Germany actually voted for a couple of those. And I think that the reason they voted for them might be to give themselves legal cover, to say, oh, look, we voted in the General Assembly for a ceasefire under Uniting for Peace. See, we did our part, while they're still backing Israel in these ways. And they have occasionally pretended that they cut off weapons. I don't know if that's actually happened.
We are standing at a crossroads.
Well, I think they go back and forth, right? And they will. So the kind of current kind of chancellor, when he kind of came in, suggested that there wouldn't be any kind of new approvals of weapon deliveries, but this is only kind of the case for kind of new. It's only temporary and it's only kind of for new contracts. So kind of continuing contracts are continuing to be delivered. There's continuing deliveries of weapons through Germany from other countries, the UK, the US. So yeah, I think that there's this kind of legal strategy and kind of pub PR strategy to kind of pretend like they're kind of respecting international law, while at the same time, kind of continuing to kind of harm Israel and continuing the kind of cooperation on all levels.
Did she end with, it's the life insurance for every country? We're your life insurance, so you better not criticize us too bad, because otherwise big bad USA is going to whack you on the head.
The list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that
one more thing I wanted to say is also, I mean, it is surprising to me, or maybe it shouldn't be surprising, but surprising also that member states elected her in the first place, and that there wasn't kind of more, in particular with her very brazen kind of record of supporting the genocide, of justifying war crimes, of being the kind of secretary of one of the biggest kind of weapon suppliers of Israel, that there wasn't more diplomatic resistance, as it were, to at least kind of not vote for her, and kind of use that as a at least symbolic kind of sign of
did particularly there was another German candidate, and Germany was adamant in putting forward this candidate, I think in part also to wash her diplomatic credentials, and also to reward her for having toed the line and been so adamant in her support to this side. But you can understand the Germans doing that. You can understand Europe, because it was Germany's turn within Europe, going along with it, although it's morally reprehensible. But you have to wonder how no one in the global majority rallied to oppose it and to force Europe, and by extension the Germans, to come up with another candidate. It's absolutely obvious that at this moment, in the height of the genocide, as the president of the nation's General Assembly, and they're celebrating the fact that she's only the fifth woman to actually hold this position. I think there are billions of women in the world.
Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil.
Well, and she herself, actually, in her kind of domestic agenda, she ran on a kind of platform of introducing a feminist foreign policy, right? Even though then she's kind of responsible for the deaths and the deaths of tens of thousands.
Here's Brazil speaking first. They had visa issues as well because of Trump's interference with their judicial processes. Here we might hear some supportive language.
Dear heads of state and government and representatives of the member states gathered here.
No. Brazil recently filed
should be a time to
a
celebrate
declaration of intervention in the South Africa case, but they continue to trade enormously, significantly with Israel.
The aspiration for peace and prosperity. Today, however, the ideals that inspired its founders in San Francisco are under threat as never before in their history. multilateralism is at a new crossroads. The organization's authority is in check. We are witnessing the consolidation of an international order marked by repeated concessions to power play, attacks on sovereignty, arbitrary sanctions, and unilateral interventions are becoming the rule. There is a clear parallel between the multilateralism crisis and the weakening of democracy. Authoritarianism is strengthened when we fail to act in the face of arbitrary acts, when the international society falters in defending peace, sovereignty, and the rule of law. The consequences are tragic. Throughout the world, anti-democratic forces are trying to subjugate institutions and stifle freedoms. They worship violence, praise ignorance, act as physical and digital militias, and restrict the press. Even under an unprecedented attack, Brazil chose to resist and defend its democracy, regained 40 years ago by its people after 2 decades of dictatorial governments. There is no justification for unilateral and arbitrary measures against our institutions and our economy. The aggression against the independence of the judiciary branch of power is unacceptable. This interference in domestic affairs is aided by a subservient far right who is nostalgic of past hegemonies. False patriots plan and publicly promote actions against Brazil. Peace cannot be achieved with impunity. A few days ago, and for the first time in 525 years of our history, a former head of state was convicted of attacking the democratic rule of law. He was investigated, indicted, trialed, and held accountable for his actions in a meticulous process. He has the right to defend himself was secured, a prerogative that dictatorships deny to their victims. Before the eyes of the world, Brazil sent a message to all aspiring autocrats and those who support them. Our democracy, our sovereignty are non-negotiable.
It's interesting that nobody ever names names.
Independent
Everybody knows
nation
who they're talking about.
and as
They
a
just won't name
people
names.
free
Why not?
from any type of guardianship.
Why can't truth just
Sound
be spoken?
democracies go beyond the electoral ritual. Its strength presupposes the reduction of inequalities, the guarantee of the most basic rights: food, safety, work, housing, education, and health. Democracy fails when women earn less than men or die at the hands of partners and family members. It loses when it closes its doors and blames migrants for the world's ills. Poverty is as much an enemy of democracy as extremism. Therefore, we were proud to receive confirmation from FAO that Brazil has once again left the hunger map in this year, 2025. But in the world, there are still 670 million hungry people, and about 2.3 billion face food insecurity. The only war of which everyone can emerge victorious is the one we wage against hunger and poverty. This is the goal of the global alliance we
surprised
launched
Lula's
at the G20 and which
speech
has the
was
support of
so
103 countries.
toothless,
The international
defanged, and mild.
needs to
Yeah.
revise
I mean, in
its
my
priorities,
talking with
reduce
Brazilian
our
activists
spending,
on
and
X
increase
and
development
elsewhere,
aid.
their
Relieve
sense
the
is that
service of the
Brazil
foreign debt
feels,
of
even
the
Brazil feels very threatened.
nations.
The U.S. and Israel have a lot of hostages, and particularly with the constitutional crisis, I suppose, that they had, as well as other things, economic measures, and so on. Emily, who's helped organize this, was telling me some of the dynamics in Mexico, that anyone and everyone can get whacked on the head economically or in some other way. So the U.S., on behalf of Israel, effectively is sort of knocking them off one by one.
But I think this is where true leadership emerges. It's in these moments. Like if you contrast this with like Pedro Gustave of Colombia, they have a lot of internal problems. They're not a necessarily powerful country, and they are vulnerable to American threats. But he has stood firm. And I read yesterday, I don't know if this is true or not, I haven't confirmed it, that Colombia was planning to introduce the United for Peace resolution at the UNGA.
Yes.
Is that right, Craig?
That's correct.
So they stand to lose a lot. They stand to really suffer. But again, like these are the moments when true leadership and true leaders emerge and show themselves. And for somebody like Lula, I mean, I'm really disappointed because we all had high hopes for him replacing. It's better than Bolsonaro, but anybody's better than him. But it's disappointing to hear him so, I don't know, meek.
We are committed to building multilateral governance.
I mean, I suppose and it's true, this is one of the leaders of the global South who one would expect to have the most direct language in a situation like this. I don't think there's anyone, though, in the General Assembly who doesn't know who he's talking about when he's addressing those critiques of the Trump regime. So, I mean, that's important. And he has gone toe-to-toe with them and in a way that is costing them, I think, quite significantly. Let's hope he sustains that, and let's hope in particular that his positions on Palestine are going to be consistent with the principled stance he has been taking earlier.
Part of the problem with that is that even if everybody in the hall understands who he's saying, this is an opportunity to reach the U.S. public.
Yes, that's what I was just going to say.
And they're not doing that. And it's going to be in vivid contrast to how Trump speaks and how other U.S. presidents have spoken. I mean, Trump is sort of at the most brazen part of the spectrum, but traditionally, I think U.S. presidents have spoken in very direct terms, calling out their adversaries in a way that other countries refrain from doing.
Yeah.
Also, don't forget, this is part of the historic record. And I think for future generations, it's, everybody in the room might know exactly what he's talking about. But I think it's important to name names for the record for future generations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is he talking about Cuba being accused of sponsoring terrorism? Is this the first time?
The recent meeting in Alaska raised hopes for a negotiated way out. It's necessary to pave the way for a realistic solution. This implies taking into account the legitimate security concerns of all parties. The African Initiative and the Friends for Peace group created by China and Brazil can help promote dialogue and a diplomatic solution. No situation is more emblematic of the disproportionate and illegal use of force that the one occurring in Palestine. The terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas are indefensible from any angle, but nothing, absolutely nothing, justifies the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Well, that's good that he named it.
Again, this is, I think, the second applause.
Under tons of rubble are buried tens of thousands of innocent women and children. There, we can see that international humanitarian law and the myth of ethical exceptionalism of the West are also being buried there. This massacre would not have happened without the complicity of those who could have prevented it. In Gaza, hunger is used as a weapon of war, and the forced displacement of populations goes on unpunished. I express my admirations to the Jews who, inside and outside Israel, oppose this collective punishment. The Palestinian people are at risk of disappearing. They will only survive with an independent state integrated to the international community. This is the solution defended by more than 150 UN members, reaffirmed yesterday here in this very plenary, but barred by a single veto. It is regrettable that President Mahmoud Abbas was prevented by the host country of occupying the Palestinian bench at this historical moment.
Yeah, I figured that would get applause. Great.
Yes.
The spread of this conflict to Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Qatar is fueling an unprecedented arms build-up. Madam President, bombs and nuclear weapons will not protect us from the climate crisis.
I don't think, and the volunteers, off screen are indicating to me, I don't think he said Israel. He said genocide, and he said Palestinians, he said Gaza, but I don't think that in tons of passive voice, I don't think he said Israel is doing this. Israel is guilty of this.
No, I think he's his old diplomatic protocol of not mentioning the name of a country, just as he did when he was referring to the U.S.
To reducing its emissions by 59% and 67%, covering all.
You can bet that Donald Trump will not observe that diplomatic protocol, and so I think a lot of these delegations need to learn that the old rules don't apply.
Has this been a standard rule of diplomatic protocol that you don't kind of name countries in the General Assembly, or
generally, yeah.
Terrorism from Hamas, not from Israel. Extremism,
right?
Not the messianic insanity that's fueling much of Israel's genocide.
Essential for energy transition cannot reproduce the predatory and asymmetrical logic that has characterized recent.
He also spoke about the spread of the conflict of countries in the region.
Of the Amazon.
Conflict. It's
Brazil has already
serial acts of aggression
by half
against
the region in the last 2 years.
and Western Asia.
Eradicating
but again, it's framed in a diplomatic way.
Living conditions for its millions of inhabitants.
We should celebrate that he's addressing these things and doing it with a tone of accountability,
of the tropical forest,
which you will note, and a lot of other states will not do.
Brazil intends to launch to compensate countries that keep their forests standing. But the time has come to move from the negotiation phase to the implementation stage. The world owes a lot to the regime created by the Climate Convention. Climate change needs to be brought to the heart of the UN so that it gets the attention.
I actually met with the Rodrowski of the Code Pink World Court Project, organized meetings with different countries, and I had a very long meeting with Brazil, the Brazil delegation about a year ago, and they said that they didn't want to do sanctions. They were opposed to that kind of thing. So I was like, okay, well, can you please, there's no place sanctioned like Gaza. Can you get aid into Gaza? And it's just remarkable that now we see the flotilla going in with this, bunch of volunteers, basically, and these nation states with substantial resources, not even mentioning it here.
Such as the most favored nations clauses, meaningless. they have disrupted value chains and through the global economy into a pernicious spiral of high prices and stagnation. It is urgent to refound the WTO based on modern and flexible foundations. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year, the world lost two exceptional public figures. Former Uruguayan President Pepe Mujica and our dear Pope Francis, both embodied the best humanist values like no other. Their lives were intertwined with the 8 decades of the UN's existence. If they were still among us, they would use this platform to remember that authoritarianism, environmental degradation, and inequality are not relentless. That the only ones
I
defeated
don't believe the
those
current
who
Pope
stand
has
idly by,
used the
resigned,
word genocide,
resignate,
my
and that we can
understanding.
defeat
I
the
think
false prophet and
Francis
all
sort
the
of flirted with it.
and monetize hate,
Um,
and that tomorrow is made of daily
But of course, he
choices,
was
and it takes
calling
courage to act to
church in Gaza
transform.
every day.
In the future that Brazil envisions, there is no room for the reenactment of ideological rivalries or spheres of influence. Confrontation is not inevitable. We need leaders with clear visions who understand that the international order is not a zero-sum game. The 21st century will be increasingly multipolar. For it to remain peaceful, it cannot fall to multilateral. Brazil is giving increasing importance to the European Union, the African Union, ASEAN, CELAC, BRICS, and the G20. The voice of the global South
I love
must
how the
be
Arab
heard.
League and the Organization Islamic
The
Cooperation
UN,
are invisible from this. And not that I'm objecting; they've been so
the
ineffectual.
UN has today almost 4 times more members than the 51 who were at its foundation. Our historic mission is to make it once again a barrier of hope and a promoter of equality, peace, sustainable development, diversity, and tolerance. May God bless us all. And thank you very much.
May God bless us all, everyone. Any thoughts, Susan?
On behalf of the Assembly,
I mean, he, you know, he, like I said, it's pretty mild, pretty meek speech, even though he did mention Gaza and he did call it a genocide. But like you said, he didn't name the genociders. He didn't name any names, and I wasn't aware of this rule in the UN not to name names. But I also think that the UN decides which rules to follow and which ones don't. That I mean, these sort of rules of decorum are held fast to, but the rules of preventing genocide are up for negotiation. So so far I am underwhelmed and slightly frustrated. I'm not one who really enjoys listening to the lofty words of people that I know are such hypocrites and such criminals. If there is such a thing as criminal hypocrisy, I think there should be, but that's how I would describe them. I'm not impressed. That's the bottom line so far. I hope that we will see more forceful speeches
the Assembly will
coming.
hear an address by His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States
Of
of
course,
America.
Trump, I
request
think,
for
very
the floor to His
skillfully
Excellency and invite him to address the
brought in a so-called ceasefire at the beginning of his administration. I think that this was part of a plan to make sure that Gaza got totally off of the front pages, and he's been a major distractor on everything else. So I very much see a continuity in what Trump has been getting. Obvious. Just another $6 billion last week to Israel, complete diplomatic cover and plans for the Riviera and an embrace of ethnic cleansing. So
let's talk about that when he's done. I have a different take on the evolution.
Okay.
making this speech without a teleprompter because the teleprompter is not working.
Oh,
I feel
God.
very happy to be up here with you nevertheless. And that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
I don't think they should be. He's not kidding. I think they should be laughing. Remember the last time he took this podium, they laughed at him, not with him. It was the first time in the history of the UN you had that reaction.
Hello, Madam First Lady.
Right.
He's a little
Thank you very
nervous.
much for being here.
We should have like a threat counter.
Madam President,
You know, if,
Mr. Secretary General, First Lady.
It's also interesting how he's kind of just addressing the General Assembly as if they were just his audience, kind of, you know, just
6
kind of
years
more
have
of a
passed since I
campaign
last
audience
stood in
rather
this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have
Thankfully,
shattered
he
the
has a
peace I
written
forged
script.
on two
Isn't
continents.
having to.
An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth.
you know, it's funny. I
This
listened
is
to one of
indeed the
his
golden
speeches
age
from his first term,
of
and it
America.
was different in tone. They
We
laughed
are
at him,
rapidly
but he
reversing
would
the
say things
economic
like, "We don't want to
calamity
dominate you. We
we
respect
inherited
your
from
traditions. We have our
the
traditions."
previous administration, including ruinous
on our
price
top.
increases and record-setting
Already
inflation.
quite different in tone.
Inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated.
His wife, Melania.
The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high.
You'll notice
In
he's
fact, it hit a record high 48 times
the American
in the
people,
last short period of
the
time.
international community with his
Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The
romantic
stock market, as I said,
presidency
is
speech.
doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States. And it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy.
It's like an explicit appeal to elites
And I'm
from
doing
third
the
world
same thing
countries.
again, but this time it's actually much bigger.
We're
and
your
even
lifeline.
better.
You're going to end up with
The
us.
numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4
Invasion.
months in a row,
Colossal.
the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe. Because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers, All over the world they came.
I mean,
They just poured into our country with the
he doesn't care
ridiculous
about
open
audience.
border policy of the Biden
This
administration.
is going to resonate, and to the contrary,
Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States,
kinds of claims.
you're going to jail, or
But
you're going back to where you came from,
speech is
or
not
perhaps even
US
further
his
than that. You know
constituency.
what that means.
I'm having a hard time hearing Craig.
I
If-
want to
if
thank the
anyone
country of El Salvador
speakers
for the
speak that we
successful
could
and
turn
professional
down.
job they've
Well, let's
done
hear if we can.
in
can you
receiving
just
and
hear his
jailing so
concern
many
and comment
criminals
on
that
it?
entered our
I think
country.
it's important.
And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. You have no choice. And other countries have no choice because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before.
The
You
the
think about
immigration is
2 years ago, 3
amazingly
years
never
ago,
talked
4
about in
years
the
ago, or
context
1 year ago.
wars
We were
that
a laughing
the
stock
West
all over
has
the world.
fueled, leading to
At the NATO
refugees,
summit in
leading to
June, virtually all
immigration.
NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far
Palestinians in
stronger and
Gaza
more
are
powerful
literally getting slaughtered
than it
because
was
they don't
ever
want to be
before.
refugees.
In
You'd
May,
think
I
they would
traveled
be
to the
heroes,
Middle East
point of
to
view.
visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated
How has
one
that worked
historic
out for
trade deal after another, including
Yeah.
with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars.
Oh,
They said they
God.
were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31
I
years.
think
One was
Trump's
36 years,
outlandish claims are
one was
immunize
28 years.
him from when he
I ended
lies,
7 wars.
when it really matters,
And in all cases,
So, like,
they were raging with countless
of
thousands
course
of
he's
people
lying.
being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia,
Good goodness.
and
It's
Armenia
like
and
the person
Azerbaijan.
is fireman.
It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. Never happened before. There's never been anything like that.
It's almost like this is a campaign speech for him, like signing up
I
a
had to
different
do
kind of
in DC
international organization or a
instead
different,
of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all
To the
cases,
U.S.
the
public,
United
you mean, or
Nations
to the to
not
various?
no,
even
also no, to the world
Yeah.
too, right? Like kind of like
I
uh,
ended 7
under
wars,
even like
dealt with
explicit
illegal
values, they're very
immigration
different
into,
from the least
these
explicit
countries and
values
never
of
even
the
received a phone
United
call from
Nations.
the United Nations offering to help
Did you hear this?
in finalizing
I mean, he does seek to be the model for
All I got
various
from the
right-wing
United Nations was an escalator that on the way up
leaders
stopped
around the
right in the
world.
middle. If the first lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations: a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much.
Said the man who has
By the way,
been
it's working
defunding
now.
the
This
United
went on.
Nations since he
Thank
took
you.
office.
I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much.
The amount of
I didn't think of it at
self-aggrandizement
the
is
time because I was
cartoonish.
too busy working to save millions of lives.
And he had to
That is the
throw in,
saving and
something about
stopping of these
his
wars.
wife's body.
But later I realized that
Yeah.
the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there.
I thought
Thought
he
of it
said he was
really
done.
after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential.
He's
I've always
ad-libbing
said
now.
it.
That's
It
scary.
has such tremendous, tremendous potential.
Yeah,
but
but
it's not even coming close to living up to that potential.
Oh,
For the
Tacit
most part,
threat.
at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter
Yeah.
and then never follow that letter up. It's
Yep.
empty
Go
words,
Trump. Yeah.
and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action.
Yeah.
Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements.
Of course.
But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything.
And he's never gotten over it.
Beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were
His
proposing
handlers must be cringing right now.
costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right.
Although this kind of like slapstick speech, like it's almost like a very explicit disrespecting the forum that he's in
and did
too.
not even get the marble floors that I promised them.
The world is
You
burning,
walk
and
into
he's
Gaza,
talking
you
about
notice
missed opportunity to have
As far
marble
as I'm
floors.
concerned, frankly, looking at the building and
I mean, I view this as
getting
functional.
stuck on the
should
escalator,
listen to this
they
idiocy.
still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago.
He's still droning on
The
on this.
project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that
It's the
they had no
master
idea what it was,
distractor.
but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion, as opposed to 500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role.
I think
I've
this is
come here
functional. The
today to
liberals
offer the
will
hand
go
of
on about this
American leadership and
rather than
friendship to any
genocide.
nation in
What an
this
embarrassment
assembly
he
that is
is,
willing to join us in forging a
which is
safer,
true, but
more prosperous world.
a distraction.
And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past.
It's true what
and
you
work
say, Sam.
together to confront
People are
some
going
of
to
the
be talking
greatest
about how
threats
clownish he was in this,
history.
how embarrassing,
There
how
is no
many
more
lies,
serious danger to our planet today than the most
childish
powerful and
position was,
destructive weapons ever
and the
devised by
unique
man,
fact that he is a
which
blood-soaked
the
war
United
criminal
States, as you
responsible
know,
for the
has
murder
many.
of hundreds of
Just as
thousands.
I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top
Pretending to be a
priority,
pro-peace
starting
president or
with the
ending wars
nation
or saving
of
lives.
Iran.
Yeah, that's not fooling
My
anybody.
position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's
Israel?
why shortly after
Maybe
taking
the United
office, I
States.
sent the so-called
Yeah.
Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region, and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 30,000-pound each bombs.
So he's standing at
Iran's
the podium
key
of the
nuclear
UN,
facilities,
bragging
totally
about an act of aggression,
obliterating
a
everything.
violation of international law.
No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them.
Celebrating his
But
own.
we did something that
We hate to
for
use them.
22
We have the
years
greatest weapon,
people
we
wanted
hate
to
to
do.
use them. We should have a
With
threat.
Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called.
We should have
between
had
Israel and Iran,
a real-time
with
fact
both sides agreeing to fight.
That's
fight
us.
No longer.
The system would
As
burn.
everyone knows, I have also been
One
deeply
lie
engaged
after the
in
next.
seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done.
Ugh.
Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace.
That's
We can't forget October 7th,
liar.
can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body
think the
is
Israelis
seeking
would be
to
happy.
unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state.
There's his
The
one fan.
rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago.
Jesus.
But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you.
And then what? Hostages. I mean, there's so many layers of how.
And then nuke Gaza.
Thank you.
Yeah, right.
As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate. Immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back.
Israelis
We
just
want all
killed the
20 back.
negotiators and you backed
We
them.
don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Woodcock and others that helped us, Marco Rubio.
Targeted.
We got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3.
The only way you get them back is through
Have this process.
negotiation.
No, we want them all back, and we want the actually
need that
38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much
Palestinian
as
parents
if their
don't
son
count.
or daughter were alive.
Don't count.
I've also been working relentlessly
I have to think that in
stopping
the world, instead
the
of
killing in
on a red
Ukraine.
the UN podium, this man
That would be of the 7 wars that I stopped.
war.
I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one.
which he
I
is now
thought that was going
bragging
to be the easiest one. But you know, in war,
putting
He's
threat.
you
taking
never know
some
what's going
digs
to
at
happen.
Putin
There are
now.
always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller
He didn't
numbers.
even do anything
where rockets
perfunctory
are
about
shot,
Palestinian
where
death.
drones are dropped. This war
Not
would
even,
never have started if I were
credible or-
president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States.
Imagine the
And look where we are right now in just a
leaders
short
of the
period
world
of time.
sitting
The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil.
and they have to sit
But
there.
inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much
Oh wow, he just
Russian energy.
took a
and
swipe at
Russian
India.
energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them. And it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. But they have to immediately cease all energy purchases from
I
Russia.
don't know if we can turn down his volume just a
Otherwise,
stitch.
we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. Sure, they're
They want
thrilled to
them
hear
buying
me speak
American
about it,
energy.
but that's the way it is.
Wants to
I'll
unleash
speak my
American
mind and
oil
speak
and
the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the
Head of the
development of
EU.
biological weapons once and for all.
Named Frau
Biological is
Genocide.
terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world
That's
will
quite the
literally
threat
come
there.
to an end.
Is that a threat?
I think so.
Nations to be
I
talking
think it's a
about.
lamentation. He's complaining that
We
he
know
can't use them.
nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is
U.S. is leading the way on that.
dangerous.
And Israel has a
To prevent
substantial
potential
biological
disasters, I'm
weapons
announcing today
capacity
that my
that
administration
developed
will
with
lead
South
a
Africa.
international effort to
And they've
enforce
been
biological
for decades
weapons
working
prevent,
on pathogens that specifically
which is
target
going to be meeting with the top
a
leaders
genome
of the
prevalent
world
among
by pioneering an AI
yeah,
verification
genetic markers that are
that everyone
mostly
can
in
trust.
Arab.
Hopefully, the UN can
Israel
play
and South
a
Africa
role,
tried to
and
develop
it will also
genetically,
be one of the early
ethnically based
projects
bioweapons.
under AI.
People
Let's see
claim
how
that
good it
it's a
is,
dead
because a
end,
lot of
that we're
people are
all just
saying it
too
could
similar
be
for that to work,
one
but
of the great
who
things
the hell knows?
ever. But
This
it
is
also
all
can be
very highly
dangerous, but it
classified.
could be put to tremendous use and tremendous good. And this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's
Oh my
uncontrolled.
God.
Your
That's
countries
the
are being
number one.
ruined.
Yeah,
The
because he
United
wants to
Nations
frame
has
it
funded an
as
assault
U.S.
on Western
victim,
countries
Europe victim, that
and
we
their
are being
borders.
threatened.
Yeah.
In 2024, the UN budgeted
You want
$372
our
million
sovereignty.
Who do
in
you think
cash
he's talking
assistance
to?
to
You think he's
support
talking to the American
an
people?
In
estimated
part, I think.
624,000
Yeah.
migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out.
Yeah, so this will be played
The
on
UN also
right-wing media.
provided
He's
food,
telling
shelter,
them off.
transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration.
Complaining that the UN
Now,
provides
they
humanitarian
haven't
aid,
stopped,
desperate
totally stopped.
refugees, asylum
In fact, they're
seekers,
not even coming anymore because they know they
migrants
can't get through.
fleeing from horrific conditions who
But
have
what
nothing.
took place is totally
Horrific
unacceptable. The
conditions
UN is
The UN
supposed
is
to
committing
stop
a sin
invasions,
of
not create
feeding
them, and not finance them.
Horrific conditions
In the
often
United
created by
States, we
U.S.
reject the
policy,
idea that mass
be it
numbers of
economic
people
or
from foreign
military
lands can be
policy.
permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their
Palestine belongs to the
citizens as well.
Palestinian people.
You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it. I can call every single
classic
one of them out.
fascist
You're
rant,
destroying. You're touching.
xenophobic
You're
rant
destroying.
about America for the Americans.
Europe is in serious trouble. They've been
Ausländer.
invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it.
Again, you'd think the Palestinians
I
would
have
be
to
heroes
say,
to this mindset.
I look
They
at London,
are
where you
dying
have a terrible
100
mayor,
a day
terrible
to not be refugees, to
And
stay
it's been
where
so
they are.
changed, so
You'd think
changed.
this nationalistic mindset would
Now they want to go
completely
to
embrace
Sharia law,
Palestinians.
but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their
Palestinians,
countries.
do
and
Lebanese, do
paid for by the
Syrians,
people
do
of that
Iraqis,
nation that were there and that built that particular
Qatar,
nation at the time.
Iran,
They put
Tunisia.
their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything.
Skin
Where
color.
migrants have violated laws,
Nightmare.
lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25, 30,000 people each.
Ignoring
These
entirely
massive caravans of people pouring into our
course, the
country,
biggest push factor
totally
for
unchecked and
immigration
unvetted. But not
By-
anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%. And in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who
Switzerland's played a
repaid
particularly
kindness, and that's
pernicious
what
role
they did.
as
They repaid
sort of the guardian of
kindness
the
with
Geneva
crime.
Conventions
It's
and
time
not
to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to
significantly
end it now.
moving to
See,
ensure
Dr.
their
Kanye.
implementation. The
I'm
U.S.
really good at this stuff.
acknowledge
Your countries
in
are
Israel
going to hell.
that they apply
In
to Gaza.
America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut
effectively help
down
to create
uncontrolled
it as a
migration.
fire
Once
zone.
we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot
Why would they do
that you
that?
couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done in the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers,
I've
child
counted
traffickers,
8
drug
times that he's
cartels, and
taken swipes
prisoners,
at Biden.
prisoners from all over the world.
Yeah.
And he
Previous
they're supposed to
administration
go for
also lost
15
nearly
minutes.
300,000 children. Think of
And
that.
Trump
They
is
lost
obviously well more than 15
more than
minutes. I
300,000
think almost
children,
every
little children,
year the U.S.
who were
always takes
trafficked into
twice
the United
the
States
time that it's supposed to
on
be
the
allowed.
Biden watch, many of whom have been
and
raped, exploited, and
Same with
abused
Biden, with
and
Obama,
sold.
whoever. They just don't abide by the
Sold.
15-minute limit.
Nobody
That's
talks
my
about that. The
understanding.
fake news doesn't write about it.
They're just going to
Many
dig
others,
deeper and deeper. I
young
mean,
children
you can
who
be
are
sure
missing
that
or dead.
virtually everyone in that hall
And we
is
found
saying this
a lot
is
of these
the
children, and we're sending
unhinged
them back.
rant of a
And
madman.
we've been sending them back to their
And if
parents.
that's in the
It's
interest of
nobody knows who
the
they are.
United
They said,
States,
"Where do
somebody's
you
going to have
come
to
from?"
explain
They'll
to me
give
how
us a
that is the
country, and we'll
case.
find out, and we'll
Every
figure
minute
it
that
out, and
he
we'll bring them back
speaks,
to their homes.
he's just doing more and more
And
damage.
the mother and father rush to the
This
door,
is
and
not
tears
a
in
MAGA
their
rally.
eyes. They can't
This
believe
is a
that they're
room
seeing their
full of
son or
people
daughter, their little
who
son or
perfectly
daughter
know
again.
what's happening in the world and
We've
the
done
role that
almost
the United States
30,000
is playing.
of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem. And also, as I
I
said,
can
to
tell you who's causing
Villains.
it.
back the
Villains.
30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're
He
going to have
attempts
another.
to
We're going to find
assert
a lot.
moral
You're not going to find all of them.
status
300,
by
more than
pointing to other people
300,000.
as villains.
They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as forest. And you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by
He's
Venezuela.
bragging
They
about
tend not
the
to
extrajudicial
want to travel
execution
very
of people in
quickly
small
anymore.
boats off the coast of
And we
Venezuela.
virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them
Venezuela, which
water
has been
drugs.
one
They
of the
kill hundreds of
traditionally
thousands of people.
more
I've also designated
vocal
multiple savage drug
countries
cartels as
regarding
far as
Israel.
foreign terrorist organizations, along with 2 bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture,
You were right.
maim,
He's not going to
mutilate, and
observe
murder
not naming
with
people.
impunity.
No,
They're
so
the
Yeah,
enemies of all
right.
humanity. For this reason, we've recently
Calls them
begun
out.
using the supreme
Clips
power of the
circulate
United
through the
States
U.S. public,
military
and he's the truth
to
teller.
destroy Venezuelan
And
terrorists and
Yep.
trafficking
all
networks
the
led by
other
Nicholas
UN
Maduro.
official, the speakers
Every
are weasel.
terrorist thug
he's
smuggling
even naming
poisonous
Maduro
bullets
now.
into the United States
Right,
of
yeah.
America. Please be warned that we
Huh?
will
Yeah.
blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing.
He's,
We have no
he's
choice.
threatening the
Can't
Maduro
let it
government
happen. They're
to blow out.
destroying. I believe
Damn.
we lost 300,000 people
Gotta,
last year.
gotta
to
have that
drugs,
threat counter next
300,000.
time. Yeah, I mean, it's
Fentanyl and other drugs.
wants to be feared,
Each
not
boat that
loved.
we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans.
I think it's good
We
that
will
he's speaking
not let
early
that happen.
so the rest of the world can
Energy is another
actually
area where the United
respond.
States
I'm
is now
interested to
thriving
see
like
the
never
response
before.
to this,
We're
like,
getting rid of the falsely named
these false
renewables.
fascism and
By the way,
utter
they're a
aberrations of
joke.
the truth.
They don't work. They're too expensive.
We'd hope.
They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are
He's
so
going on his usual rant
expensive,
against windmills that he
so
offers.
expensive to operate, and they have to be rebuilt
Yes.
all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe.
You're not going to talk about
They go back to Nazism.
But
They're
they went back
definitely
to where
going
they
back.
were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening.
It's really funny that he's talking about German energy and not Nord Stream.
Is all bankrupt. That's what it represents.
U.S.
and
substantial evidence. The U.S. blew up Nord Stream to stop them from getting Russian oil.
But I'm here to tell the truth.
Sorry,
I don't care. It doesn't
past
matter to
crimes.
me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C.
He's totally ad
is the
libbing,
crime
and it's
capital of
terrifying that
America.
he does that.
Now it's a totally, after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the country
Again,
where
this
they came from.
is sort of, to me, part of
Washington,
the
D.C. is now a totally safe city
Palestine
again,
laboratory,
and I welcome you to come. In
where
fact, we'll have dinner together
you
at a
develop
local restaurant. And we'll be able to
policies
walk.
of
We don't have to go by
occupation
an
and
armor
checkpoints and
plated
so on, and
vehicle.
then you
We'll walk right
can
over there from
start
the White
applying
House.
them in
They've
other
given up
places,
their
including your own,
powerful edge. A lot of the countries that we're talking about in oil and
in
gas,
very,
which
very
is
mild
essentially
form so far.
closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know
But
it so well.
the threats are not
Aberdeen
only
was
directed at other
the oil
countries; they're
capital of
also
Europe,
directed at
and there's tremendous
its
oil
own
that hasn't been
population.
found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the prime minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left.
How long is he gone? They
More
usually only go
importantly,
for
they have
30
tremendous
minutes.
oil that hasn't even been found
They
yet.
won't stop him.
And what a tremendous
They
asset
won't.
for the
No.
United Kingdom.
They don't. They
And
don't stop
I
heads
told
of
the
state
prime
and
minister,
government generally.
because I told
I
to
think
him,
there have been one or
"Please,
two
I
occasions
told
where
him,
either
"Let's do
Castro or
well.
somebody
Let's see,
else,
'cause I
you
wanna
know,
see them do
Maybe
well.
there've been
I
exceptions.
wanna
you know,
stop seeing them
actually,
ruining our
Castro used to
beautiful
go
no,
on.
no, they didn't
Scottish
stop them, but that
English
they went.
countryside
Virtually
with
everybody else
windmills and
abides by 15
massive
to 20
solar
minutes.
panels
U.S.
that go
always goes
7
double, but
miles by
maybe he'll
7
go more
miles,
than
taking away farmland. But we're not
I miss
letting this
Castro,
happen in America.
even though
In
he's just his speeches went
1982, the
on for 2
executive
hours.
director of the United Nations Environmental Program
This
predicted
is
that
not
by
even
the
a
year
speech. It's
2000,
kind of a lunatic.
climate change would cause a
Ramblings.
It veers all over the
global
place. It's
catastrophe. He
you know,
said
it's,
that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map.
he's talking.
Global
He's doing
warming.
his usual climate
Not
denial.
happening. You know, it used to
Climate
be
change is
global
not real.
cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said global cooling will kill the world. We
This
have
is
to do
madness.
something.
He doesn't
Then
know
they
who
said
he's talking to.
global
Once again,
warming will kill the world. But
this
then
is not a
it
MAGA
started getting
rally. These are
cooler.
people
So
who
now
know
they
better.
could just call it climate change.
Yeah,
because that
again,
way
I
they
think
get
he's
this
talking to the U.S. public here.
climate change.
Absolutely.
Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion.
Climate change.
Climate change,
You're
no matter
one
what
of the
happens,
greatest
you're
con
involved
jobs
in that.
ever
No
perpetrated.
more global
This is
warming,
so
no more
dangerous. I
global
mean, we're
cooling, all of
laughing
these
because he's just a
predictions made by
buffoon,
the
but
United Nations and many others.
so many
again,
people
often
hear
for
this
bad
and believe
reasons,
it.
were
Right. I
wrong.
don't think he's a buffoon. I
They
think
were
that
made
he's
by
brilliant. I
stupid
think that,
people
I've
that
called
have
him
cost their countries
the
fortunes and
reversible
given
thumb
those
of the
same countries no
establishment.
chance for
Right?
success.
He seems to be
If
opposed to
you
the
don't get away
establishment.
from
He
this
just
green
hopes to grab
scam,
more,
your country is going
so
to
he
fail.
can
And
say
I'm
that
really
he's,
good at predicting
against what,
things, They actually said
pandemic
during the campaign,
policies and
they had a hat,
pro peace, and
a
he's
bestseller hat.
allegedly
Trump
pro
was right
Russia
about everything. And I don't
and
say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true.
populist, and
I've
it's
been right about
obviously all phony, but
everything.
it's brilliant
And I'm telling you that
to
if
me.
you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in
And this
common
plays
with,
in
your
red
country is going to
states,
fail.
right? I mean,
I'm the president of the United
Texas
States, but I
and
worry about Europe.
other
I love
states,
Europe. I love the people of Europe.
they
And I
feel
hate
like
to see
they're being
it being
undermined
devastated by energy
rather
and
than.
immigration. This
He's
double-tailed
trying to
monster
promote
destroys
fascism
everything in
in
its wake, and
in
they
Europe.
cannot
I mean, that's
let
literally
that happen any
calling
longer.
people
You're doing it because
fascist
you
Yes.
want to be
feel.
nice.
Yes,
You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying
I think
the
that is part
heritage.
of his audience here.
We must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of
But
total
again, it's
destruction. The
functional here
carbon
because
footprint
he's
was a
going
big,
so
big
hard on
fight
this environment stuff. So now all of
2
the
years ago.
liberals,
I
it
remember
fits
hearing
in with the
about the
pattern of
carbon footprint,
totally
and
forgetting
then
about
President
Gaza.
Obama would get into
Right.
Air
So
Force
now
One, a
all
massive
of the
Boeing
liberal web
747,
pages will be all about
and
his
not a new
climate
one, an
denial
old one with old
and
engines and
his enabling a
fuel
genocide drops
everything
further
into
and
the
further
atmosphere.
down. An
He
active
talked about the
genocide is being
carbon footprint.
perpetrated
We
and it
must do
drops
so. Then
further
he'd
and
get in
further down.
and
He's
he'd
the
fly from
master
Washington
distractor.
to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about again global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job.
Has anybody
Extreme cost and
keeping a
expense.
timer to
Europe
how long he's
reduced its
talking?
own carbon footprint
I'd love
by
to know.
37%. Think of that.
You can bet they're keeping a
Congratulations.
time there, but
Great
there's
job.
nothing they can
Cost
do.
yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed. But
I think it's always been 40 minutes,
by
right? 35.
37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years.
Playing the
problem
victim,
is that other countries,
victim of
like China,
immigrants, victim of
which has air that's a
U.S.
little bit
fossil
rough,
fuels,
it blows.
working people
No
who
matter
might
what you're
get
doing
jobs,
down here,
fossil fuels,
the air
it's
up
the
here
whole spectrum of.
tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco. And then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach.
I feel like Susan and others who might not have watched this otherwise, I owe
Primary
you a big
effect of these
apology.
brutal green energy policies is not been to.
It is
help the
painful.
environment,
I'll work
but
on
to
forgiving you.
redistribute
Taking it for
manufacturing
the
and
team.
industrial activities
Really,
from
I mean,
developed
feel free
countries
to,
follow
cut
the
in and, talk
insane
about
rules that are put
Gaza.
down to
43
polluting
minutes so
countries
far,
that
I'm
break
told.
the rules,
Jesus.
and they're making a fortune.
I guess
They're making
45
a
by
fortune.
now.
European electricity bills are
again,
now
that's-
4 to 5 times
It's
more
usually
expensive
two
than those
times,
in China,
twice the usual
and 2
time
to 3
allowed these
times higher
regions.
than the United States, and our bills are
You can see
going
the red light. You can see the red light blinking on his,
prices
podium.
are way down.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yep.
Nós reduzimos os custos de energia porque
Did
nós faremos
Out a
quando
high-pitched squeal after
vamos
all.
fazer tudo isso, reduzir os custos
Somebody
de
has switched the
energia
language here.
e os custos
What's going on?
diminuíram nos Estados Unidos.
Getting the interpreter. There we are.
Por exemplo, se você olhar
Electric costs
nos países em
approximately
faturas de energia,
100 heat-related
I don't know if
deaths.
that's
Nós não
related, so
It's really funny listening to him in a foreign
mas
language.
nós
He's
nos
such a
Estados
xenophobe.
Unidos conseguimos usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar nado e ninguém usa
pretending to
Is
stop
that Portuguese?
tudo isso.
Portuguese. I don't know. It's not even an official language. I don't know where that's
of
coming from.
asking industrialized nations,
Esse agenda mundialista não tem nenhum sentido.
entire societies must be rejected.
País
Is Emily or some other organizer
That's why in America I withdrew
wanting
from
to
the
spice it up?
fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country.
Oh, the
Others
UN is
weren't.
trying to get him
China
off
didn't
the
have to pay
podium with a
until
translator. Is that what's
2030.
happening?
Russia was
That's
given
what
a
I'm
gold
thinking,
standard
actually. They're
that was
trying
easy
to like,
meet.
okay, shut the fuck up, dude.
19
I don't think
Right.
they do it in
Yes.
Portuguese.
For the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion.
Okay.
And I said, this is another scam.
Sorry, Sam, I didn't mean to.
The United States
No.
has been taken
You
advantage
have
of
to
by
believe
the world.
that there's a possibility here that he's doing this on purpose. I mean, this is basically
Unleash
raised middle
massive
finger to the United
energy
States.
production and
Right.
sign
I'm going to follow your rules. I'm going to
The headline should be
get off.
U.S. enabling, U.S. and Israel, forced genocide. And Colombia might be trying to stop it, and other countries might be trying. That's the headline that should be happening. He's succeeding in making the headline Trump goes on lunatic rant at
So I have a
UN.
little standing order in the White House.
This to
Never
me
use
is
the word
functional.
coal, only use the
I
words.
might be in a minority here,
clean,
that's
beautiful
fine,
coal.
but
Sounds
to
much
me,
better,
this
doesn't it?
is part
But
of
we
the
stand ready
management
to provide
of
any country with abundant,
how
affordable
you
energy supplies if
distract
you need
people
them,
when
when
you're
most of you
conducting a
do.
genocide.
We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest
I don't think
exporter.
he's necessarily
United
trying
States, we want
to.
trade
I
and
mean, he may
global
well just be
commerce
trying
with
to sabotage
all
it by,
nations, everybody.
taking
We
up
wanna
so
help
much
nations.
time that
We're gonna
others
help
don't
nations.
have time to really discuss
But
what
it
they
must
want.
also be fair and
so that-
reciprocal.
I
The
think his
challenge
ego
with
is way
trade
too
is
big
much the
to
same with
want
climate.
to change the
Countries that
narrative.
followed the
Him
rules,
rambling like a
all their
lunatic.
factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries
There's a
that
comment in the
broke the
text
rule.
that one of the
That's why
diplomats on the
United
floor
States is
was
now applying
texted that,
tariffs to other
quote, this
countries.
man is stark
and much
raving
these
mad.
tariffs
To
were,
Americans
for
not
many
seeing
years,
how
applied to
embarrassing
us,
this is.
uncontrollably
Absolutely,
applied
I
to
think
us.
most Americans are aware.
We've used
Those
tariffs
outside of
as
his
a defense
constituency.
mechanism.
or
Wait, who said that?
Administration,
somebody
including
on the floor.
my first term, were hundreds of billions of dollars.
Did they?
in
Where,
tariffs.
how do they say that? Like they
By the way, we had
texting
the
it to
lowest
somebody
inflation,
in our
and now
chat.
we have very low
I
inflation.
see.
The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future.
Our presidents
We're also using tariffs to defend
waiting
our
for their turn
sovereignty
to
and
speak.
security throughout the world,
who are
including
being
against
pushed back
nations that
by
have taken
this
advantage
arrogant
of
tirade.
former U.S. administrations for
And
decades, including
can't imagine that that's accidental. I think he knows perfectly well what he's doing.
corrupt, incompetent administration.
I believe
in
it was a
history.
global affairs
Including
columnist
Joe
at the
Biden
Washington Post.
administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its
He's just rambling too much here. I was
efforts to
looking on
interfere in the rights and freedoms of
Twitter to see the
our
latest
American
news, and it looks
citizens
like
and others. with
like
censorship,
75 Italian
repression,
cities
weaponization, judicial
participated
corruption,
now in a nationwide general
and
strike
targeting of
embargo
political
on
critics
Israel
in the United
and the
States.
severing of all
I really
ties.
probably say this
Italy's
because
literally
one
getting
second.
shut down for Gaza right
I
now.
was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out.
It's funny
I
he's
saw
talking
him.
about censorship
I
here,
saw
and
him,
there's
he
been
saw
so
me,
much
and we
censorship.
embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes?
Talking about Lula.
But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them.
So the
But,
floor is laughing
we
at
had
him
least for
now.
about
It's definitely not a
39
laugh with
seconds, we had
him.
excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this? Unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026
Tacit
FIFA World
threat.
Cup.
With us,
and
you'll do
shortly
great.
thereafter,
Without us, you're in
2028
trouble.
Yeah.
Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice.
They won't even let anyone in.
In July 4th,
Exactly.
1776, when we
Speaking of
founded
the 2026 World Cup, there's a big push to ban Israel now. That's actually gained a lot of
United States of America.
I wonder
In
if
honor of this
will
momentous
materialize
anniversary, I
from
hope
that.
that all countries who find
Yeah, Spain suggested, right, that if Israel qualifies, then it won't.
Yeah.
World Cup. Yeah.
And those values really.
I mean, although some people are saying it's so far it's just kind of words, but at least other people are starting to jump on board with that
on the
sentiment.
planet today. It's called Christianity. And
Well,
let us
here we go.
safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any
Yeah,
other
see, this
place.
is he's snapping back to some of his rhetoric from his first term
From
here.
London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo.
This is almost word for word from his
Right here in
2018.
New York City.
Really?
We stand on the shoulders of the
I'm
leaders
impressed
and
you remember it.
and
I just
giants,
happened to listen
heroes,
to it last night.
titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our
No, I
ancestors.
think we need to talk more. I know he said in closing, we're losing viewers because of Trump, and I think it's because
into thunderous battles,
um,
plunged into grave dangers, and they
you know,
were soldiers. And
there's something mesmerizing. It's like driving by a car wreck.
Train, yeah.
It's hard to take your eyes off of it. It's just so abysmal. But I think that we need to keep our eyes on,
people who never
you know,
gave up.
in a way, his taking up the time and being so obnoxious about this is, a signal of the dominance of the United States. I'm going to threaten you and pretend that I'm the victim, and I'm going to take up as much time as I want and be as abrasive as I want, and there's nothing you can do about it. So it kind of all fits into a piece. He's not out to be loved. He's out to be entertaining, and he's out to make every country comply. Israel and the United States have so many hostages. It's not just Palestinians who are being illegally detained. It's not just the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. It's people in the region who are threatened, and I think it's people of the globe who are threatened. And then he entices the global elites. You can invest in the United States.
Beautiful planet, a planet that we all share.
So many layers of control.
World that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before.
Oh, and I feel like, if on purpose or not, but it also is like reinforcing this idea of the UN as not, a kind of completely ineffective multilateral kind of forum where there's no actual, actually concerned with the things that are actually going on and threatening peace and justice and whatever. And so I think he's kind of reinforcing that.
Right. I mean, it's a supreme irony that he's the one who calls out the UN for just issuing statements, right? That's a great truth. That's our truth. And he's attempting to hijack it in a totally perverse manner.
On behalf of the
That's the role that he's been playing. He talked about NATO being, obsolete institution. And what does he do? He uses that to get more countries to put more money into NATO. That's what he did in his first term. And now he's further instrumentalizing the UN, I believe. I believe we have Indonesia next. And I saw some clips this morning. I wasn't able to confirm this, that Indonesia called for a peace force.
Yes, they did. Yes.
And the audio got cut off, allegedly.
Yeah, the audio, at least on the live feed, was cut off, but you still could catch the beginning of it.
Well, that's fascinating.
Look at all the movement here now in the Assembly Hall as Trump has concluded. I suppose
so they're all leaving?
I suppose a lot of people need a break.
Well, yeah, but I mean, why the hell should Indonesia pay for...
It's really remarkable. I mean, beyond the fact that Trump's speech was such an incoherent, mad, humiliating rant, the themes of it were really disturbing. I mean, a healthy dose of militarism and rearmament, calls for rearmament. Probably a quarter of it was just pure xenophobia and anti-migrant nonsense. A big chunk of environmentalism and climate denial. Some anti-UN as usual from the far right, anti-multilateralism, authoritarianism, celebrating the military occupation of his own cities, hyper-capitalism, in ways that you don't hear from leaders these days, and obviously a robust defense of his own Zionist inclinations there as well, with an unbalanced focus on Israel. And not a word about the genocide that he is co-perpetrating. So if you look beyond the clownishness, the utter stupidity, the kind of unhinged rant, and you listen to the substance of what he is saying, it's really quite a dangerous moment in history, which I think is lost on no one in that hall. The polite applause at the end, I think, doesn't tell us anything other than maybe the subservience of some of the delegations in that room. But I'm sure that very few in that room will have missed the dangerous tone of what it was that he was ranting about.
I mean, sometimes, Craig, I feel like the United States is threatening the world with the demise of the UN, that they push it to be further and further instrumentalized to their end, while simultaneously saying, if you totally walk away, then it's completely the law of the jungle and we're back to outright colonialism and imperialism. So I feel like there's weird tension that's being played. This threat and then trying to get the rest of the world to cling to this institution that's so obviously been corrupted in so many ways, but that without it, will Gaza be the future for everyone else? And I mean, the solution to me is that everyone should form solidarity and stand up for Gaza and stop this imperialism now, that they're finding ways of continuing it.
Well, that's the existential moment that the UN is facing now, because if you don't see a rallying on the part of the global majority to respond to this existential threat, not just to the UN, but to the entire international order, if you don't see them standing up now, it's over. And we're not seeing that just yet. Let's hope that this kind of rant by Donald Trump, so in your face in that way, will help to mobilize them to take the action that they're empowered to take as the majority. We'll see. Here they're having trouble getting people back into the room and organized after that disruption by Donald Trump. But there are a long list of world leaders of 193 countries that are supposed to also have an opportunity to take the podium.
And we should say Brazil spoke first because they, I believe, were the only ones willing to speak first at a very early UN meeting, and then the US as quote unquote host country. I know, Susan, you wanted to chime in with some thoughts on Trump earlier, and I don't know if you want to do that now or save that for later. I don't know exactly when.
I think that was in response to his. You were talking about his evolution as on Gaza, how he initially had the ceasefire imposed, and then he switched. I can't remember what your take was on that, but I actually think that I think you said you thought it was deliberate to take to take Gaza off the map of discourse.
I did.
I actually think he genuinely sort of went in with this sort of dictatorial desire to solve all the world's problems. It's sort of like it comports with his self-aggrandizement and delusions of grandeur, whatever we want to call it. But it was a blow to Israel. But I think it didn't take long for him to get, for him being in office, to be presented with the realities and the precarity of his presidency and realpolitik around him to bring him into line. I think he generally wanted to stop this, but I also think that he was presented with this sort of windfall of money because of the gas, the offshore gas, the quote unquote prime real estate, etc. So I think he was enticed by a couple of things. One was the economic potential windfall of stealing Gaza and ethnically cleansing it. So that's one thing. The other thing, and I don't think this should be discounted, was the revelation from Elon Musk that Donald Trump features prominently in the Epstein files, which, as we know, were prevented from being released on the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Whether that's a coincidence or not, it's worth noting.
With due respect to the next speakers, I would kindly ask
we don't know what Epstein had on him, and it is potentially. I mean, we know that he trafficked in minors. We know that a lot of powerful people were filmed having sex and taking indecent liberties with minors. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that there are seriously compromising revelations in those files about Trump himself. So it was a blackmail operation. So he may well be, under that blackmail influence. But I think that was the evolution, and we've seen it with other presidents and other politicians, actually, not just presidents, but Congress people who go into office with sort of these personal determinations to do something. You saw it with AOC, but it doesn't take them long to sort of fall into line. And those of us who are outside of that arena and those halls can only offer conjecture on what you know, what forces steer that kind of evolution toward an immoral stance.
Excellency,
Let's see if the Indonesians repeat their
Antonio
call for a
Guterres, Secretary
peace
General
force.
of the
Yes.
United Nations, Her Excellency,
The
Madam Annalena
president has reassured
Baerbock,
the
President
delegation
of
that
United
the
Nations General
teleprompter is
Assembly,
working perfectly. So I don't know
His
what that was
Excellency
about
Mr.
when he said that.
Moses Abelian, Undersecretary General for General Assembly and Management. Excellencies, heads of states, heads of governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to stand in this August General Assembly Hall among leaders and representatives who represent almost all of humanity. We differ in race, religion, and nationality, yet we gather together today as one human family. We are here first and foremost as fellow human beings, each created equal, endowed with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Brilliant
The
quoting.
words of the United Nations Declaration of Independence have inspired democratic movements across continents, including the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and Indonesia's own struggle and journey to freedom. It also gave birth to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948. All men are created equal was the creed that opened the way to unprecedented global prosperity and dignity. And yet, in our own era of scientific and technological triumphs, an era capable of ending hunger, poverty, and environmental ruin, we also continue to face today grave dangers, challenges, and uncertainties. Human folly, fueled by fear, racism, hatred, oppression, and apartheid, threatens our common future. My country knows this pain. For centuries, Indonesians lived under colonial domination, oppression, and slavery. We were treated less than dogs in our own homeland.
What happened there?
Wow.
We've lost the feed.
That's incredible. Is it a coincidence?
I mean, he was talking about colonialism.
Colonialism, exactly.
He embraced the good things in America of universal rights and, you know, the rhetoric that has inspired other revolutions. And then he talks about colonialism, and now the screen is blank. And as I said yesterday, that we lost the sound.
Okay, I think it's coming back.
No, I've got it on my.
Oh.
Okay.
Continuing
So-
at the feed, that must be the
So
problem.
can we find another feed? Can we find another feed, Roll?
The UN feed is continuing, the direct UN feed.
Okay, I don't know if we can post that here, or I don't know, Craig, if you can post, you know, can you?
Maybe
I-
share your screen.
If we're getting the audio, can we at least get the audio?
Yeah, I have it on my phone, is what. How's this?
Through the efforts of the United Nations Children Fund, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, the World Health Organization, and many, many other United Nations institutions. And because of that, Indonesia today stands on the cusp of shared prosperity and greater equality and dignity. Madam President, Excellencies, our world today is driven by conflict, injustice, and deepening uncertainty. Every day we witness suffering, genocide, and blatant disregard for international law and human decency.
Genocide
In the
reference
face
there.
of these challenges, we must not give up. The United Nations Secretary General said, we cannot give up.
Security,
We cannot surrender
justice,
our hopes
and
for our
freedom
people.
for all.
We must draw close.
We remain committed to internationalism, to multilateralism, and to every effort that strengthens this great institution. Today, Indonesia is nearer than ever before to meeting the sustainable development goals of ending extreme poverty and hunger. Because years ago, this very chamber chose to listen and uphold social and economic justice. We will never forget. And today, we must never be silent while Palestinians are denied that same justice
Well
and
done.
legitimacy in this very hall.
Well done.
Excellencies, Tukidides,
Another
war,
applause. What's getting all the
And
applauses?
the
fascinating.
strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must.
Good.
We must reject this doctrine. The United Nations exist to reject this doctrine. We must stand for all, the strong and the weak.
Yes, well done.
Might cannot be right. Right must be right. Indonesia today is one of the largest
Channeling Lincoln here.
contributors to United Peacekeeping Forces. We believe in the United Nations. We will continue to serve where peace needs guardians, not with just words, but with boots on the ground. If and when the United Nations Security Council and this great assembly decide Indonesia is prepared
Here we go.
to deploy 20,000 or even more
Wow.
of our sons and daughters to help secure peace in Gaza or elsewhere,
Wow. Wow.
Very specific.
in Ukraine, in Sudan,
I wish he didn't say
in
and.
India, everywhere.
It's okay.
When peace
I'll
needs
take
to
it.
be enforced, peace needs to be guarded, we are ready. We will
I think
take our
somebody's
share
got
of the
something
burden,
playing in the background there. It's
not
being picked
only
up by
with
your microphone.
our sons and daughters.
You should
We are
probably shut
also
off if
willing
anyone has something
to
playing.
contribute financially to
Okay.
support the great mission to achieve peace by the United Nations.
Thank you.
Better.
Madam President, Excellencies, I propose to this assembly a message of hope and optimism, grounded in action and execution. Today, we heard the speech of Madam President, the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Yes, it is true what she said. Without the International Civil Aviation Organization, will we be here today? Will we sit in this great hall? Without the United Nations, we cannot be safe. No country can feel secure. We need the United Nations, and Indonesia will continue to support the United Nations. Even though we still struggle, but we know the world needs a strong United Nations. The world's population is growing. Our planet is under strain. Food, energy, and water insecurity haunt many nations. We choose to answer these challenges directly at home and to help abroad wherever we can. This year, Indonesia recorded the highest rice production and grain reserves in our history. We are now
self-sufficient in rice, and we are starting now to export rice to other nations in need, including providing rice for Palestine. We are building resilient food supply chains, strengthening farmer productivity, investing in climate-smart agriculture to ensure food security for our children and for the children of the world. We are confident in a few years' time, Indonesia will be the granary of the world. As the world's largest island state, we testify before you that we are already experiencing the direct consequences of climate change, particularly the threat of rising sea levels.
What an
The sea
incredible
level
contrast
on the north
between
coast
this
of our
clear,
capital city
dignified, principled
is increasing
presentation on the
by
substantive
5
issues
centimeters
versus the
every
sort of
year.
deranged rant
Can
of
you
President
imagine
Yeah,
in
indeed.
10 years?
contrast.
Can you imagine in 20
His
years?
call
With
for
this, we are forced
protection force for
to build
Palestine is
a
particularly
giant
interesting.
seawall,
He's a former general.
480 kilometers
He
in length.
knows of what he
It will
speaks.
take us maybe 20 years, but we have no choice.
It's important because
now.
it's an answer to those who say that a protection force is impossible
confront
because no one
climate
will volunteer their troops.
Not by
We
slogans,
have a large country offering
but
20,000
by
troops.
immediate steps. We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission
I should say
by
this is
2060,
speculative.
and we are very
After
confident
Indonesia started
we can
making
achieve
some
net
of these
zero
noises,
emission
some of these
much earlier.
signals about a
We
protection
aim to
force, that
reforest
there
more than 12
were
million hectares of degraded forests
protests
to
in
reduce
Indonesia
forest
allegedly for
degradation,
over
to
income
empower local
inequality. Because
communities
Indonesia has quite low
with
income
quality
inequality.
green jobs for the future.
And again, my mind
Indonesia
always goes
is
to,
shifting
is it a threat
decisively
of
from fossil
will
fuel-based
destabilize
development
if you step out?
towards
I don't know enough
renewable-based
about
development.
Indonesian politics to delve into that.
From next year, most
I
of
don't
our
think
additional power
that's
generation
discounted.
capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security.
That
Madam
might
President,
account for some of
Excellencies,
these remarks.
we live in a time when hatred and violence can seem to be the loudest voices. But beneath this loud noise lies a quieter truth that every person longs to be safe, to be respected, to be loved, and to leave a better world to their children. Our children are watching. They are learning leadership, not from textbook, but from our choices. Today, still, a catastrophic situation in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. At this very moment, the innocent are crying for help, are crying to be saved. Who will save them? Who will save the innocent? Who will save the old and women? Millions are facing danger at this very moment. As we sit here, they are facing trauma. They are facing irreparable damage to their bodies. They are dying of starvation. Can we remain silent? Will there be no answer to their screams? Will we teach them that the human family can rise to the challenge? Madam President, we must act now. Many speakers have said that. We must stand for a multilateral order where peace, prosperity, and progress are not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. With a strong United Nations, we can build a world where the weak do not suffer what they must, but live the justice that they deserve. Let us continue humanity's great journey of ideals, the selfless aspirations that created the United Nations. Let us use science to uplift, not use science to destroy. Let rising nations help others to lift themselves. I am convinced that the leaders of the great world civilizations of the West, of the East, of the North, of the South, leaders of America, Europe, of India, China, the Islamic world, the whole world, I am convinced they will rise to their role demanded by history. We are all hopeful that the leaders of the world will show great statesmanship, great wisdom, restraint, humility, overcome hate, overcome suspicion. Madam President, distinguished delegates, we are greatly heartened by the events
How the
of
hall
the
is
last few days,
about 1:30.
where significant leading countries of the world
Tragic.
have chosen to side
Loyal vassals of the empire have gotten up and
choose
left after
the right side of history.
Even
the
though this
path
is the most
of the
substantive
moral high
debate
ground,
thus far.
the path
Absolutely.
of rectitude,
It absolutely
the
is,
path
but
of
I
justice,
believe that even
the
he
path
has
of
not
humanity,
called out Israel by
to
name.
shun hatred, to overcome suspicion,
Let's see.
and
I think he's
to
quite
avoid
clear.
the use of violence. The use of violence will beget violence. No one country can bully the whole community of the human family.
That's a reference to the U.S., obviously. Listen to your
Yeah. Or it could be Israel.
We may be weak individually, but the sense
That's what I
of
want to hear.
oppression,
Yeah.
the sense of injustice has proven in the history of mankind that this sense of injustice, this sense of oppression will unite into a strong force that will overcome this oppression, that will overcome this injustice.
Powerful.
To close, I
Indeed.
would like to reiterate
And
again
clearly passionate and
Indonesia's
deeply
complete
felt.
support for the two-state solution in Palestine.
Okay, let's see.
He keeps circling back to
We
Palestine.
must
Yes.
have
Great.
an independent Palestine, but we must also recognize, we must also respect, and we must also guarantee the safety and security of Israel. Only then we can have real peace, and no longer hate and no longer suspicion. The only solution is this two-state solution. Two descendants of Abraham must live in reconciliation, peace, and harmony. Arabs,
That's the first
Jews,
mention of Israel.
Muslims,
Emily notes.
Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, all religions,
Explicit.
we must live as one human family. Indonesia is committed to being part of making this vision a reality. Is this a dream? Maybe, but this is the beautiful dream that we must work together towards. Let us work towards this noble goal. Let us continue humanity's journey of hope, a journey started by our forefathers, a journey that we must complete. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
That was a disappointing ending to a powerful speech where
Exactly.
he gets to the point and he takes refuge behind the acceptable talking points of the two-state
Om
solution.
Santi, 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 Om.
Oh, here.
Namo Buddhaya.
He's
Thank
still
you very
singing,
much. May God bless us all. May peace be upon us. Thank you very much.
So that's it. That was a disappointing ending to a
Thank
parliament.
you. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Indonesia.
He's appealing to Buddhists and Muslims, apparently.
And all faiths.
Yeah, it definitely petered out at the end. It was.
It was, again, very similar to Guterres, with the two-state solution is the only solution, precluding a democratic
The
one-state
Assembly
solution.
will
What did
hear
they
an
send out a
address by
memo
His
or something?
Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, President of the
Turkey.
Republic of
Turkey is
Indonesia.
up next.
I request
I apologize. I'm going to have to go at this point, but it was an honor
Thank
meeting
you.
all, and-
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you. Do we have a? Oh, I thought we had a frozen screen. It was just some inactive officials there.
Now, Turkey has made a lot of rhetoric, but they continue to have oil,
Heads of state and
either
government,
directly or indirectly, sent to Israel.
distinguished Secretary
Among
General,
other goods being shipped.
distinguished delegation members. On behalf of myself and my nation, I greet you all with most heartfelt feelings.
And
I
there's
wish
also,
80th
Syria. They're sort of
Nations
carving
General
up
Assembly to
Syria
bring blessings to all
between them in
humanity.
some respects, Israel and Turkey.
I'm deeply honored to address you once again from this podium, which represents the collective conscience of humanity. I congratulate Mr. Young, who
I
has
think we should
completed
stress we
his
can talk
term as president of the
about
General Assembly.
Trump appealing to the
And
U.S.
I
public.
wish
I think
success
that's
to
a lot
Ms.
of what
Baerbock,
all of
who
these
has
leaders are
taken
doing.
over this position.
They have to say good things on
At
Palestine
the
because
outset
their
of my speech,
publics
I would like to first express
are
my
to be
regret
indignant.
at the absence
Trump
today
doesn't speak to
of
the
the
U.S.
president of
He
the
speaks
state
to
of
his
Palestine,
constituency, that
Mahmoud
30%
Abbas,
of the
at a
U.S.
time when Palestine is being recognized by an increasing number of countries.
Palestine.
Who's
Today,
opening with
we
that?
stand here on this podium. I stand here on this podium alongside my 86 million citizens, also for our Palestinian brothers and sisters whose voices are being silenced. I'd like to thank all the countries who announced that they recognize the state of Palestine, and I call on all the other countries who have not done so yet to do so, to recognize the state of Palestine as soon as possible. Esteemed President, distinguished members, the United Nations Charter was signed in San Francisco 8 years ago, and it entered into force on October the 24th, 1945. I would like to recall here again the first words of the first article of the UN Charter. Quote, "The purpose of the United Nations is to maintain international peace and security," unquote. As we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the UN in this hall, grave events are unfolding in many parts of the world that cast a shadow over the very first words of the UN Charter's opening article. Particularly in Gaza, right before our very eyes, genocide has been going on for over 700 days now. Even as we gather here, as we speak now, Israel is currently massacring civilians in Gaza. The number of civilian casualties in Gaza has surpassed 65,000. Unfortunately, the number of people who are still trapped under the rubble is not yet known, and more than 20,000 of those who died were children. For the last 23 months, a child has been murdered by Israel in Gaza every hour. Yes, every hour. These are not just figures, dear friends. All of these, each one of these is a person, a human being, innocent people. People are now being killed not with weapons, but with the weapon of starvation. In the 21st century, under the gaze of the civilized world, 428 people died of starvation. Out of those 428, 146 were children, and this number is increasing every day. Now, I will show you a photo, which is a picture from daily life in Gaza. The first photo, as you see, these are people. These are women with these cups that they are holding in their hands, cups and buckets. Just feel your conscience and answer the following question.
What this?
Can we possibly have a reasonable reason for this brutality in 2025? But this shameful picture in Gaza has been unfolding and is being repeated every day for 23 months now. And there are 2.5 million Gazans who live in 365 square kilometers. And every day, what happens is they are being dragged from one place to another. The healthcare infrastructure of Gaza is completely collapsed. Doctors have been killed, or they have disappeared while under custody. Ambulances have been
It's
hit.
peculiar
Hospitals
that he's
targeted.
using this picture because there was a
It is not
controversy
possible.
around it
Surgery
that
is
it
not
was
possible.
Yeah.
It's not
quote
possible to
staged.
find
So
medication.
he's almost setting himself
Now,
up
dear friends,
to
now, as
be
Tayyip
dismissed. So
Erdoğan
there are
worked
so many
a heavy
images.
heart
There's so much
with
I
my
don't
heart
think so,
bleeding here.
because
I'm
It's
telling you,
utterly bizarre that he would use that image.
innocent
Sam,
little
do you
ones,
know that
just
the
2 or
actual
3
the
years
photographer
old,
of that
without hands,
who took that
arms, or
picture
legs,
is suing
have become
Germany. He's suing the German newspaper. I don't know if it was Der Spiegel or which
Yeah.
paper tried to say that was
I don't mean to lend credence to the charge against, of it. I'm just saying
this one.
Well, he
kind of
has others.
bizarre.
Human conscience
Well,
can
it's important to say
possibly
it was
bear
not
this.
a staged photograph.
Possibly.
Correct.
That
Correct.
was a
How
propaganda
can
play
one
to
stay
defend the
silent
power
vis-a-vis
of the
this? In a world where children are dying of starvation
neither
and
is
lack
this
of
staged.
medication, can we
Starvation.
possibly have calm and peace? We all are parents. We have children or
Interesting that
grandchildren
Erdoğan is the
who we
third one
dearly
this morning
cherish.
already to mention
Here,
genocide.
say in America or
Amazingly,
in
the first
Europe, anywhere in the world, when
Lula
a
used the word
small rose
genocide, didn't
thorn
he?
hurts a
He
child's
did,
heart,
but
the
I
hearts of
think
parents
Erdogan is the
break.
first to actually
But
name
in Gaza,
Israel.
children's
No, I said the third. He's the
arms
third, but
and
maybe he's
Oh,
the
legs
third.
have
I thought you
been
said only.
amputated
Okay.
without
but he's the first to
anesthesia.
attach it very directly to
Now, I'm
Israel.
extremely sorry to say
Even the Secretary General
that
mentioned the genocide
this
case against Israel.
represents the lowest point of humanity.
And Indonesia also mentioned
Human history
genocide, but without tying
has
it
not
to
witnessed such
Palestine.
bloodshed within the last century.
Without naming Israel by name.
Naming the perpetrator or
There's
the
another
All of
applause.
this is happening before our very eyes. The genocide in Gaza is being broadcast live every moment through the media and social media.
Yeah, all applause so far
So
has
far,
been for
Israel
Palestine.
has deliberately killed
Remarkable.
250 journalists working in national and international media in Gaza. And they have closed all the entrance into Gaza, but they still have not been able to cover up the genocide. I wholeheartedly support Secretary General Guterres because he consistently draws attention to the ongoing genocide in Palestinian territories. And I would like to once again congratulate him for his courage. But the United Nations has not even been able to protect its own personnel in Gaza.
Very, very
Unfortunately.
said that.
In Gaza, 500 people rushing to help others have been killed. Out of those 500, 326 were UN staff members. Esteemed President, distinguished members, now, genocide, like the Holocaust, is a shameful concept which refers to the mass extermination of people. It's a barbaric concept.
That was an intentional comparison.
It's not only people who are being killed in Gaza, mind you. Animals are being targeted and killed in Gaza. In Gaza, agricultural land, gardens, trees, grass, century-old olive trees are being destroyed. In Gaza, water supplies are being destroyed and polluted. Buildings, homes, libraries, hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, and historical structures in Gaza are being deliberately destroyed. The soil of Gaza is being rendered useless for humans, for animals, and for plants. So now let me show you yet another photo. And let me ask you here, look at this photo. What could this photo here possibly have to do with security concerns?
Indeed.
This is being against life, don't you think? Let me state this openly from this podium. There is no war in Gaza. We cannot possibly talk about the presence of two sides in Gaza, because in Gaza, on one side, there is a regular army with the most modern, most lethal weapons, and on the other hand, there are innocent civilians, innocent children. This is not fight against terrorism. This is an occupation, deportation, exile, genocide, and life destruction, mass destruction policy carried out by invoking the events of October the 7th. Today, while Gaza is being destroyed under the pretext of Hamas, concurrently, simultaneously, the West Bank, where Hamas is not in power, is also being occupied step by step, and innocent civilians are being massacred through executions. Moreover, Israel is not limiting itself to Gaza and the West Bank only. By launching attacks on Syria, on Iran, Yemen, and Lebanon, Israel is also threatening regional peace. Just recently, an Israeli attack took place against a delegation meeting in Qatar for ceasefire negotiations. The attack on Qatar has also shown that the Israeli leadership is now completely out of control. Netanyahu is not obviously interested in forging peace or releasing the hostages. Not only Israel's neighbors, but all countries in the Middle East are subject to the Israeli government's reckless threats. And we must realize the following. Due to the increasing aggression of Israel, in Europe and the West in general, the values that emerged after the Second World War have been eroded. The most fundamental human rights, such as freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly and protest, women's rights, children's rights, democracy, equality, and justice, have been shelved away. At this point, we all have to see the following truth, my dear friends. The Israeli government, driven by an obsession with the promised lands, is openly threatening regional peace and the shared values of humanity. Three celestial religions. Jerusalem hosts all three celestial religions and a common inherited holy place, Al-Quds, is holy for all three religions. This madness disturbs conscientious Jews. It fuels anti-Semitism around the world. We cannot continue with this madness anymore.
More applause.
We have to have ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible. Attacks should stop. Humanitarian aid should be able to enter with no obstacles. The genocide team should be held accountable vis-à-vis international law. And God willing, this will definitely happen. Vis-à-vis the barbarity taking place in Gaza, everyone who is keeping silent is accomplice to this barbarity. From here, I would like to call on all the heads of state and government. Today is the day. Today is the day to stand firm alongside the oppressed Palestinians and alongside humanity. While your peoples back home are reacting to the barbarity in Gaza,
Right.
do show the courage to take action here.
What action?
Fulfill your humanitarian duty toward Gaza, where children are raising children. On this occasion, I would like to say the following. There are peoples all around the world who are taken to the streets. Unarmed activists and volunteers from different countries of the world, academicians, students, journalists, everyone, all the defenders of Palestine. I would like to say to them, thank you so much. And clear bows and favorable winds for their action.
Interesting that the audio isn't picking up
13 years
applause anymore.
I have spoken to you from this platform
Because it's picking up the interpreter rather than the speaker.
Syria.
Ah, okay.
Just as
The
I
interpreter's in
raise
booth.
my voice today for the
Thank you.
oppressed people of Gaza, likely for 13 years,
Luckily, the
I
camera
have drawn
pans.
attention to the cries of the Syrians, and here I became their voice and breath as well. The persecution that caused the death
He
of
has
1 million
been the one who's
people
focused
and
most
that
directly
caused
on the
millions
genocide
more to flee
in
their
Palestine
homeland
and
has
called upon accountability
thankfully
from the Israeli
become
perpetrators.
a thing of the past with the December 8th revolution. Our Syrian brothers
But
and
no
sisters
genuine action. I
opened
mean,
the doors
it's
to
an
a new
interesting
period
contrast with
as of December
Indonesians
the 8th.
Right.
who are on the other side of the planet
I believe that the
who
people
are
of
saying they're
Syria
offering
who fought
20,000.
against a bloodthirsty regime will also be able to carry the victory
And
they
he's
achieved with
talking
great
about
loss
action, but he's not
to
specifying
its
economic
rightful
sanctions. He's not specifying
place,
other actions.
God
He's not
willing.
specifying a protection force.
Right.
And he's acknowledging
We'll support with all our means the vision of a
protest
one and unified Syria
that he's being
with
driven to
no
make his
forms of
remarks
terrorism,
by public
especially
pressure.
ISIS, being present.
I think just like Donald Trump, to some extent, he's speaking to his own
Syria,
people.
where
He,
security
Erdogan is
as
has
stability
been
takes root
pandering
in
a lot to
Syria,
popular
leaders
sentiment, and which is
for
decided to
power
be very
of the
pro-Palestinian and pro-intervention against Israel.
Palestine.
So I think he's also speaking to his people.
Yeah. You know, a moment ago, the camera panned to Al Jolani, Ahmed
Yes.
al-Sarraj, who is sitting there with a U.S. visa, even though he's still on a list of
Isn't that
terrorists
something?
in the U.S., whereas Mahmoud Abbas is not allowed to travel to part of his direct collaboration with the U.S. government.
Actors in the same manner.
Well, Jelani's a collaborator of a different stripe, perhaps.
Look at the nuclear issue with
One of the previous speakers, who was it? Was it the Indonesian PM who mentioned that the Palestinians can't even be here?
Cannot tolerate
One of them
I
mentioned
believe
it.
so. I believe so.
Meanwhile, the stability, security, and prosperity of our neighbor Iraq are extremely important for the well-being of our region. In this regard, We attach great importance to strategic
Erdoğan is doing a
motives
tour of
for
the
safety
region,
and prosperity, such as the Development
Palestine,
Trust Project.
Syria,
In the
Iran.
north, we are hosting with great enthusiasm the Istanbul process between Russia and Ukraine, both of which are our neighbors. Through direct
Ukraine.
talks, we facilitated the exchange of several prisoners and corpses, and we worked to
I mean,
identify the
with
modalities
respect
of
to Syria and him welcoming
peace
developments in
negotiations
Syria,
between the parties.
you know, this is part of a larger
Don't forget,
project by the United States, I believe. The
Absolutely.
Iraq
there is
War,
no winner of
an
war and
oppressive
no
but
losers
relatively
of
independent
peace.
Arabic
So
state,
with this motto in
the
mind, in the
prolonged
coming days also, we
intervention
will continue to work hard
and
for a
backing of
ceasefire.
violent forces,
Meanwhile,
Al-Qaeda type
we have
forces,
encouraged the parties from the very
to
beginning to establish
force
talks
a
between
overthrow in
Azerbaijan
Syria.
and Armenia.
Was very beneficial to Israel and the
We are pleased
U.S.
that steps were
establishment
taken on August 8th,
tied to the
steps that
attack
will
on
enable the
Hezbollah.
establishment of lasting peace between the
So
two
this
countries.
is, you know, this
I would like to once
genocide
again
that
congratulate
people have
President
woken up to is
Azerbaijan
part of,
Ilham
I
Aliyev,
believe, a
the
very
Prime Minister of
long-term
Armenia
process
Nikol Pashinyan,
by the
and
U.S.
the American
establishment and
President
the
Donald
Israeli
Trump,
establishment
who
to
contributed
dominate the
to
region
this
and to
process.
eradicate any potentially independent forces. Whether they're good or bad is irrelevant to them.
On this occasion, I would
Anything
also like
that's
to state that
independent.
normalization
In
process
fact, they're
between our
making a
country
deal
and
in effect
Armenia
with
is progressing
Erdoğan
as
in
planned.
some respects.
Yeah, unquestionably.
Within the scope of the Ankara process,
You see, the
is another of our mediation activities.
U.S.-Israel hegemonic
We
project
continue
in
our
the region
efforts to resolve the
has
conflict
resulted now in
in
every
Gaza and
government in the region, with the exception of
I hope
Iran
that
and
the parties will
Hezbollah,
successfully
Yemen,
conclude this genuine
and half of Lebanon, either having been captured,
delegation members.
co-opted, or crushed. And that's been
We
very
have been implementing the Montreux Convention, which guarantees
We'll have
security.
Peru next, I believe, and then Jordan, and then Qatar later on.
Letter for
Depending-
exactly 89 years now.
I mean, we're at least an
We
hour
see the
behind
Aegean
here.
Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean as a
Thanks
base
to
of
Donald Trump.
stability and prosperity, where the legitimate interests of all parties involved are respected. We are ready for constructive cooperation on all
This
issues.
is the problem with the
particularly
U.S.
on
Don't
energy
impose
and
time
the
on
environment,
heads of state and
and
government.
the same approach
They
from
do
our
for other levels.
On this occasion, I would like to particularly underline that projects which exclude Turkey and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean, such projects which exclude us will not be successful. Turkey has rights and authority in the western part of the island of Cyprus, while the Turkish Cypriots have legitimate rights in the area surrounding the island. An Eastern Mediterranean Conference, which we have proposed before, would contribute to finding common ground.
I'm completely ignorant. I know that there are some
Resolving the
Israeli
Cyprus issue has been tried
contacts
many
in
times.
Cyprus and so on, but I don't know how that relates to the status of it vis-a-vis Turkey and Greece.
Due to the rigid stance of the Greek Cypriot side, no resolution has been found. We cannot possibly have this as a foundation for a resolution of the issue. There are two separate states and two separate peoples on the island of Cyprus. Turkish Cypriots are equal owners of the island.
It's remarkable. I mean, he said we need to act, but literally specified nothing.
Must put an end to
And he did tie together things in terms of naming Israel, naming a genocide, and so on. But divorced from action while providing no action. In that sense, he's kind of like Guterres, who talks about international law and la da 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 da.
I call on the international community to recognize the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and to establish diplomatic, political, and economic relations with it. Esteemed President, distinguished members, in the coming period, we desire a new beginning and vision in Turkey-European Union relations. This should not be a vision that just saves the day, but rather a vision that redefines the horizon and shapes our shared future. For this, it is, of course, important that the European Union is as willing and determined as we are. As a net security provider, we continue to contribute to the operations and missions of the United Nations, NATO, OSCE, and the European Union. The annual NATO summit next year will be held in Turkey, in Ankara.
That's interesting.
The USA, who is our NATO ally, our relations with them are continuing on trade, investments, energy, defense industry, in addition to other many areas, and we're strengthening our relations with them. Meanwhile, we attach great importance to the peace, stability, and prosperity of our brotherly countries in Central Asia, which is our ancestral homeland. Our Organization of Turkic States is moving
Noticed
forward
when they were
with
scanning that the
in the
Secretary General
global
has
going beyond being
has
global,
slipped
regional,
out
and
the
area.
back door, and he's been replaced on the podium
We are
by
making intensive efforts
Secretary
to
General
ensure the
Amina Mohammed.
continuation of peace and
So he'll be
stability in the
in
Balkans,
back-to-back.
where we
There
have
she is
strong
on the
historical,
left of the
cultural, and
podium,
people
Amina
ties.
Mohammed. He'll be in
Balkan
back-to-back
Development
bilaterals
Forum,
with head
which we
state
established
now
in
throughout
July,
the day, the next
is
couple
the
of days
newest
as well.
most
Would be
complete
interesting. I'd love to be a fly on the wall and see what's in his talking points with regard to the genocide in Palestine.
will once again assume the command of
But we'll see.
In Afghanistan,
Interesting.
our fundamental desire is the current
Erdogan speaks very positively about the United States vis-a-vis NATO and so on, and he didn't mention the U.S. in terms of backing the Israeli genocide that he condemned.
international community does not leave Afghan people alone, and as Turkey and as the Turkish nation will stand by the Afghan people.
Hey, Sam, I have to step away for a minute, but I'm going to keep listening.
Okay.
All right.
We consider the preservation of peace and stability to be of utmost importance. We are pleased with the ceasefire achieved following the tensions last April between Pakistan and India, the tension which had escalated into a conflict.
I mean, it's remarkable to me, Craig, that it is so empty already. I mean, it's bizarre that they would sort of stick through Trump, but kind of be laughing at him. Are they just being human beings and, just sticking around for the entertainment value of it? Or do they feel like they need to be there for Trump because they need to be obsequious to him, even if they're laughing at him and then they leave? It's puzzling to me.
It's always the case that when the emperor is speaking, when the United States as the host country takes the floor, that the hall is overflowing. And then as soon as the US president leaves, a lot of people go off and do their bilateral meetings and so on. So it's not Trump, it's the US. They're all duty bound to report dutifully back to their capitals and to absorb what's coming out of the voice of the emperor, as it were.
In Sudan, and establishing sustainable peace is the shared responsibility of the international community. And Turkey's efforts in this direction will continue. The Great Lakes region has suffered greatly from years of ongoing instability and conflict. Our hope is that
And
these
I should say, Turkey has claimed a couple of times that they've broken off economic supply of oil. And at least one of those times was right after there were protests outside their mission to the UN.
Increasing terrorist
There is a sensitivity, at least to creating the proper appearance in response to public pressure, whether in Turkey itself, of course, or literally on the streets in New York.
Yeah.
Drawing inspiration from the historical double-headed Turkish Selçuk eagle, I would like to emphasize that our relations with Asian countries,
And I believe that there's information that Greece, Turkey, and Israel are cooperating in terms of energy trade and tourism. in the Eastern Mediterranean. So
within the framework of our return to Asia,
there's been close cooperation even during his moments of most powerful rhetoric. But of course, he's just made this announcement just last month that they're supposed to be breaking off all a complete suspension of all trade and all commercial ties with Israel. Let's see if that's actually happening.
and the Caribbean region
yeah,
in a
I mean,
spirit
so
of partnership and
again,
engagement.
Rob Jarelski of the Code
We are
Pink
determined to further strengthen the
World
friendly
Court
ties
Project.
between
I was on
the
Flashpoints with him
countries.
yesterday, and he
Esteemed
was
delegation
indicating that
members,
his information was that it was continuing.
increasing protectionist trends in international trade and disruptions in
I mean, we're
supply
only days
chains
away from the announcement of the
leading
total
to
cutoff.
fundamental changes in the global
But
economy.
we definitely have to keep an eye on it because in the past, the rhetoric has not matched the
Successfully
reality.
address current challenges,
But
is
this is
supported
supposed to be an
by
intensification
rules
now of this
international
recent
trade,
announcement.
including the World Trade Organization. I believe
And it's
access to
important in the Eastern
affordable, safe,
Mediterranean
and
because,
sustainable
you know,
energy is essential
they've announced that they're not
for
going
all
to
countries to be able to
they're
achieve
not going
their
to allow
economic
shipping. They're closing their airspace to Israeli aircraft. It's quite significant
We
if
are
they actually.
resolutely advancing the strategically important Trans-Caspian East-West Middle Corridor project, which extends from China to Europe. We contribute to the development of world trade with our modern transportation infrastructure and the Baku-Tbilisi Kars line. On our journey to build a future that respects nature, we are moving forward with determination towards the 2053 net zero emission target.
You see, the timekeeping is not being.
Yeah.
We are pleased to observe that the zero waste
In
movement,
part, the sort of the
under the
authoritarian
patronage of
streak.
my
It's like
wife
how
and
authoritarian,
Erdoğan, has grown in
correlation
ways
between
around the world
authoritarianism
every
and
year,
time taken up, perhaps.
reaching more people.
Here we have a comment saying SOCAR, the oil company of Azerbaijan, still provides oil through Tbilisi pipeline, and Turkey still ships that
It's no
oil
longer a
per
choice
their
for
agreement.
developed
So
countries to fulfill
again,
their
loopholes. You know, this was the problem with the previous
now
announcements
become
that
an obligation.
a lot of Turkish trade was happening through
As
other
the countries providing the most
ports of other
development
countries,
in the
and
world, we are striving to
so
achieve
yeah,
the
important to keep an eye on
Sustainable
that.
Development Goals.
I'm told the economic numbers have gone down, but not off, and especially not in energy.
To achieve the 2030 goals and to enable hundreds of millions of people around the world to live with dignity, we advocate for aligning the global financial architecture with the principle of leaving no one behind. And here, let me also particularly draw your attention to the following. While we grapple with geopolitical challenges, humanity is also witnessing an extraordinary leap forward in
At this
artificial
rate, I expect they'll be taking speakers into the evening, well into the evening, to try to
transformative
catch up
power
at some
and the
point.
benefit offered by these technologies.
In
Do
addition
they,
to tomorrow.
do they try to fulfill their quota each day rather than bumping to the next day?
AI technologies
I mean, they often what they'll do is they'll extend the time, and even if they have to go into the evening and then go into the next day,
UN technology
everybody gets their shot,
developed countries, which
no matter how long it takes.
Right.
plays a critical role.
So we
in
hoped
creating the
to,
digital
be doing this live stream at least to South Africa was scheduled to speak at 1:30. I'm speaking Eastern New York time, of course.
children's rights to
But that
watching in
could,
the digital world.
we
And
have
will soon
Peru,
open this
Jordan,
gratification. I'm sure this will
Republic of Korea,
a lot of
Qatar,
awareness in this
Suriname,
area.
Lithuania, Portugal,
And
Uruguay,
their support
Slovenia,
for
which is on Security
on the other
Council,
hand,
Egypt,
mm,
Kazakhstan, and then
this
South
will
Africa. I
have
was hoping to
racism
go at least to
and
South
bullying,
Africa,
and
but we
particularly
might not get to
children
South
at
Africa
alarming
until,
levels.
I don't know,
Combating these
well into the
trends
afternoon at this
will
rate.
threaten the
Yeah,
culture of
we'll have to see,
coexistence.
we'll have to gauge it as we get a little bit
becoming
further in.
an essential duty for humanity.
Slovenia will be an important voice to hear. That is one of few European voices
Significant
that
that
take
Mr.
a relatively
Muratinov,
principled
High
stance on the
Representative
genocide
of
in
the Alliance
Palestine.
of Civilizations,
And
has also been appointed as
it's
the
one of
life
one of maybe 3 or 4 European countries that people are eyeing for potential support for a protection force and for the ratcheting up of accountability measures on the Israeli regime after the
institution of the
expiration of
family
the
is
18
under
September
threat
deadline,
today as never
which has just
before.
expired, which was set by the General Assembly last year
Defending the
for further
family,
measures to be
the
adopted on
system
Israel.
of
So
a woman and a
it
man,
will be interesting to hear for sure.
defending humanity, defending nature, life, and the future. Turkey will
Obviously,
continue to
Qatar, in
defend
the
the
wake of the
family.
attack on Qatar, we'll have to see if there's a change in tone or any practical announcements. So far, there have been no practical announcements in response to
Rules
the
of
aggression
the UN
perpetrated in
established to
Qatar.
prevent humanity from experiencing the disaster of war again are filled with values that will eliminate the dark era we are in.
I mean, it really
I
is
also
remarkable. I mean,
UN launched by Secretary General Guterres
the way that the
become
U.S.
organization
basically
more
helped
effective and
Israel's attack first in Iran
how this initiative succeeds
by
in the
using
process that reporters
peace
strengthen all the
peace
activities
talks as sort of a setup, saying that they were looking forward to peace
express
talks
our
when apparently
readiness
they knew
to
full
provide
well that
strong
Israel was
support to
planning
this
to attack
process,
just then,
also driven by
and
our
then
vision
eventually
of making
attacking
Istanbul
themselves,
a
and then with the negotiations in Qatar,
I
Israel
sincerely
attacking
believe that it is our shared responsibility
the
to
Palestinian
protect,
negotiators there,
maintain the founding
literally
spirit of the
uh,
UN
trying
once
to
again here. I
bomb
will
the
continue to say
negotiating table. So,
the world is bigger than five.
you know,
Racism
for,
is
as much as
values are powerful, not
Turkey and
abandoned.
Indonesia say, the
Our
insidiousness is,
duty is
even
not to
far
abandon
more
the system,
pronounced.
but rather to repair it.
Again, no discussion as yet of the
Without a doubt,
sanctions
a
on
just,
international
fairer world
institutions.
Turkey will patiently continue its climb
And the
consensus
U.S. and
to a
Israel's
more just world.
flouting of those
So
institutions.
may God help and aid
That's
us
right.
all. Once again, let me greet you all with kind regards and thank you.
Okay, so he has concluded. You still see a third of the delegations that seem to be missing. Obviously, lots of heads of state have left and have left their,
Thank the President of the Republic of
you know,
Turkey.
first secretaries and others in their seats.
Yeah, it is funny. They don't even have enough. They don't even fill out the seats with their lower level staff. It is a half empty hall.
And the Secretary General's gone, and the President of the General Assembly is not in the hall either. So they all handed down to their
I
deputies.
request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
I don't know Peru's coloration just now.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock. Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres.
This is
ladies and gentlemen.
Dina Bolate, who ran on a left-wing party and then immediately dissociated herself and has established a right-wing government,
Ladies
Peru,
and gentlemen,
which has been
present here in
extremely
this
aggressive
august
in
forum.
cracking down on indigenous people and
Peru is the
protests.
center and
But has
cradle of
been
great
very, very
millennial
close with the Israelis
civilizations,
that have just concluded
first of which
a major
was the
contract
Inca
with
Empire,
Elbit Systems, the major
left us
weapons
a legacy
manufacturer of
progress.
Israel. So
We are
it'll be
also
interesting to see if there's anything
of
principled here on the genocide in
Peru,
Palestine coming from this
encompassed
particular
the
politician.
first of South America.
She just made reference to some sort of empire.
We are a mestizo nation, a fundamental mix between Hispanic and Andean peoples.
Her critics in Peru
Proud
call her
to be the
Dina
heirs
Assassina.
of the two greatest empires of Europe and America of the
Got to come
16th
up with good
century.
pithy phrases like that.
The Peruvian people
Very
today
good.
are resilient, entrepreneurial, supportive, and lovers of peace, freedom, and democracy. Our great writers,
I mean, it's been interesting
Mario Vargas Llosa
with
and
Latin
Jose Maria
America
Aguirres,
how it's broken down, where you do
shared
have
the
some
idea
extreme right-wing, very
that
pro-Israeli
Peru is a country of
governments.
all bloods.
It-
Our identity creatively expresses that we are the unity
you know,
of the diverse,
whereas, you know, Colombia on the other hand,
united
and
under
Brazil
the
to some
same
extent,
red and white
and
Peruvian
Nicaragua,
flag.
of course, which
In our
filed the
country,
ICJ against
native peoples
against
and
Germany.
peoples of the
And
world
of course,
live
Cuba,
together
you
in
have
peace
these
and unity.
right-wing
As a great synthesis
governments,
of
and I
Peru,
believe you have one of the right-wing ones is now on the Security
Pope Leo
Council.
XIV lived and worked in for
Is it
40
Ecuador
years,
or
a naturalized Peruvian because of his deep love for our people, both for his supportive as well as his peaceful disposition and his Catholic and Christian faith. All studies indicate that we are the most entrepreneurial country in the world, which is why after the COVID-19 pandemic, that due to poor government administration, claimed more than 2 million lives. But we have begun to recover. And today we look back on more than 17 months of consecutive economic growth. We have overcome the recession and inflation caused by political violence and by corruption, a failed coup d'etat, and the flight of more than $20 billion. That was between 2021 and 2023. We have regained the trust of national but also of foreign investment, and we have embraced freedom. We are a solvent and a stable country. Because of the coup attempt of December 2022,
Trumpish. I mean, it really
which sought to establish a
Trump
dictatorship,
offering a model of
forcing all branches
we are
of
the
the
most
state into
entrepreneurial
submission, I had to constitutionally assume the presidency of the Republic. Since that date, a narrative was established by which the coup plotter became a victim and the president, who constitutionally and legally assumed the presidency, was accused by some quarters of being a coup plotter and usurper. Lies turned into truth, and truth turned into lies. This is one of the issues of our time.
Trying to defend her
building of false narratives
vis-a-vis internal
to
critique.
attempt to defend anti-democratic political projects. The thinking goes that ideologies of hatred were their projects of failed states that grow into all-powerful states require, in order to impose their will, a false narrative in order to
one of
achieve
the most bizarre things in Latin America is the president of El Salvador, Bukele. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. He's actually of Palestinian descent.
Yes, yeah.
And he's extremely pro-Israeli.
Yeah.
So it's utterly bizarre. I mean, you have a lot of great great people generally in Latin America on Palestine, but in particular Palestinian and people of Palestinian and Lebanese descent in these countries that I think have done a great deal to garnish support for Palestine. But you have a figure like him who actually achieves the presidency of a country like El Salvador and is an incredible, what I guess we would call Christian Zionist in some respects.
Yeah. Well, you have a long tradition in El Salvador of collaboration with the Israelis, security cooperation of all kinds, support for the various dictatorial regimes in El Salvador. Israel has always been a major sponsor of repression in El Salvador and obviously elsewhere in the world. And that tradition continues among Salvadoran elites like Bukele.
And I think that's long been pointed out by some analysts as part of the reason for the U.S.-Israeli special relationship, so-called, in that is like, during the Iran-Contra scandal, Israel was involved in that. It's a way of funneling weapons. It's a way of funneling funds and so on when you have unconstitutional processes by part of the U.S. establishment. That's part of its utility.
Strong, organized, and persistent political violence that sought the return of the coup plotters' government. And since 2024, progress has been made in restoring stability and confidence.
Her restoration of stability has been highly criticized because of its authoritarian nature. As I said, very brutal crackdowns on demonstrators, dissidents, and in particular indigenous peoples inside of Peru, and a closer alignment with Israel externally. And obviously, you heard in the beginning of her speech here very strong neoliberal defenses economically, which puts her in good stead with the Americans and others. Very reminiscent of Fujimori's time in Peru as well.
Mm-hmm. And I could say in the case of El Salvador, they're also very much partnering with Trump in terms of deportation policy and so on.
Yeah.
International reserves amount to more than $88 billion. And our currency.
I mean, I feel like this ends up doing tremendous damage to cause like, feminism, where you had this is our second female speaker, and the first pro-genocide, and this one being very authoritarian, and it's just at a level heartbreaking in terms of what is being put forward on the world stage in a venue like this.
Magnificent General Assembly. On October 24th, the UN was created after World War II, when one of the greatest totalitarian political projects built on an ideology of
the U.S. has
hatred.
regularly done this. I mean, going back to Jean Kirkpatrick in the 1980s, having her as the U.S. representative, they will try to have a person of color or a woman as the representation in order to sort of use that as a way of pretending to be progressive in some way on the world stage. And I feel like that's, spawn all kinds of things in order to use individuals with those characteristics to further these genocidal or authoritarian tendencies.
Committed in human history.
Yeah, clearly.
Ideologies of hatred build narratives as absolute truths that instrumentalize people and nations. The political constitution.
So funny, she talks about instrumentalizing people and nations. That's so much what
of the individual,
the U.S. What we were saying the U.S. does in terms of the United Nations and other things,
and of the state. Peru, therefore, rejects the two principal hate narratives in the world, namely class hatred and religious hatred. These are the origins of wars and inhumane violence.
She is, again, in defense of the elite. She equates religious hatred with class hatred. That one of the two big problems in the world is that people hate the rich. And that's the same as hating somebody because of their faith or their race or
the terrorist hate selection.
I have to confess to having been quite ignorant of this flip that you spoke of, that she ran left wing and ruled right. I mean, what's his name? Can't believe I'm blanking on his name. The Ukrainian leader Zelensky, sort of ran as conciliatory with Russia. And then, it was like more war. It's just incredible that sort of thing takes place. I mean, it's sort of a milder version of Trump running, pretending to be a pro-peace candidate, but at least he's right wing. But that kind of complete flip is remarkable.
Are turned into victims. In this way, the heroes who
Trump, he ran as a fascist and he governs as a fascist. So
trials that drag on
be honest in that.
for decades, while the terrorists are compensated and considered victims. This is the world in reverse. The UN was a fundamental milestone in the 20th century, but in the 21st century, we must be more vigilant. It is our duty to prevent the world from plunging into new genocides and new violence. It is not acceptable in a civilized world that one country invade another using a false narrative to justify a war that first and foremost attacks the civilian population. It is not acceptable to slaughter civilians, to capture hundreds of young people, women, and even children, and use them as hostages.
There we go.
We live under the threat of international organized crime. In Peru,
it's impossible to know what she was talking about.
Yeah, really.
Shows her words. So
was she projecting, or was she?
I don't know if that was supposed to be Ukraine or if that was supposed to be. It's hard to say what you.
Could be October 7th. Could be Israel. Could be anything. It's intentionally ambiguous.
Yeah.
That use weapons of war have created financial mechanisms to launder blood-stained money, sending large sums back to their countries of origin. They seek to normalize this violence, which requires, in order to be defeated, recognition by the UN as terrorist organizations and new national and international legislation to stop them being a threat to the democratic system and to the development of peoples. It is also imperative that we act against drug trafficking and illegal mining.
I mean, it's fascinating to see this kind of right-wing figure
rivers,
in a country that I know little about. It really shows, I think, part of the utility beyond the region of things like Christian Zionism. That it ends up being a method of bolstering right-wing figures that will enable pro-corporate economic policies and sort of a fake feminism and so on, in order, but Israel becomes a linchpin of that, of drawing people with religiosity to backing things so that the global South is less able to, I mean, I've been very critical of countries in the global South that have rhetorically said very good things about Palestine and not doing enough about it. But I think part of the threat to them is figures like this, that you could have these right-wing figures and not be coup governments, right? It's not, I mean, I don't know the specifics, so it's not the military that's taken over the country. It's a more insidious sort of manipulation. I know our past breakup had nothing to do with the UN, I don't think.
But we have to look at what's happening around us in the world.
And as we've noted on the scroll bar below, they have a massive deal with Elbit.
They are killing children, girls, boys, innocent people.
Now, Elbit
for 10 years.
Please go ahead, Craig.
No, I was saying that was under her tenure.
Will only come if we are.
It's a relatively new deal.
Yeah, just in the last year or two, I think they had this increased. I mean, as I say, they have historic cooperation on security matters and weapons and technologies and surveillance with the Israelis going back forever. But this Elbit deal, I think, is relatively new.
Wow, just in June, apparently.
Of our societies,
there you are.
Economies means that it is only through international cooperation
you
that
know,
we can
in Britain, they've of course suppressed, Palestine Action, and you can't say I support Palestine Action, and they're literally arresting people by the hundreds who say that. But Elbit has had to close down some of their facilities due to direct action by the group Palestine Action. Elbit being a main military supplier, an Israeli military supplier that operates in different countries. So it's interesting that they are moving to countries like Peru, effectively.
Well, they are. They have a global presence. Unfortunately, it is. You mentioned Christian Zionism as being a key factor in the corruption of the countries of the South. The other factor is weapons and technology cooperation with the Israeli regime that is found across Africa and Latin America and Asia and beyond.
To strengthen multilateralism and ensure that the organization is better prepared to achieve its essential goals. This reform can only truly become fully effective if it is
Not exactly standing room only, is it?
Transformation in UN
Yeah,
governance
really.
that prevents
I mean,
institutional.
you'd think that the interns would want to, get on TV.
They do that sometimes too. They'll fill their seats with
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
in Peru, our government is working to meet its commitments, both to our citizens as well as to the international community, facing the threat of organized crime resulting from the collapse of tyrannical governments that led to migration to other countries. This is true of our country. From day one, my government has fought to restore governance in the country and to defeat polarization and violence. In Peru, there is full separation of powers, the rule of law, respect for freedom, and human rights.
We have Jordan coming up.
My
which
government is the most stable of the
critically
last
important
5
in
years,
a number of ways.
five
And then
succeeded one another.
Republic of Korea, South Korea, which is on the
For
UN Security Council, and then
facing
Qatar.
crime that takes advantage
Um,
of the
I had
rise in
visions of going
and
well beyond that to Slovenia, Egypt, and South Africa.
positive,
But
verifiable results in these areas.
obviously,
We are working to strengthen
it's getting late in the day. In terms of Jordan, of course, we saw Jordan, among other things, defending Israel literally from Iranian attack.
And rebuilding schools and hospitals throughout the country.
When missiles were being fired back and
It's
forth.
not being done in recent years. The priority is children, women, and the Peruvian family. We are modernizing the country's infrastructure, ports, airports, roads, bridges, designing an economy that is better connected to the world.
When I was in New York last, there were two hunger strikes. One that I spent most of my time with the veterans in front of the U.S. Embassy, and there was also the CUNY. Grad students had a hunger strike, and on their, when they ended their hunger strike, they, had a press conference and chanted, and the chant that resonated with me was, Palestine will free us all these fascist states will fall. And in many respects, you have Palestine as being a litmus test for states and test as to their resolve as to what kind of action they'll be taking. And that to me is what globalized the Intifada means, that it's a way of people around the world using their will and force and creativity in order to expose and compel various political leaders.
On the scourge of transnational organized
And
terrorist crime.
the UN transforming itself one way or the other is certainly a component of that.
Attacks, insecurity, and drug trafficking that destroys the social fabric. We face the threat of climate change that is destroying our Amazon, causing the melting of our glaciers, and
Well,
putting
she
our
believes in climate
biodiversity at risk.
change.
We promote inclusive and sustainable growth in a context of opposing powers. But none of these problems is merely national, but global. This is why we need the United Nations to once again be a forum for dialogue and cooperation. I wish to recall the legacy of Ambassador Javier Pérez de Cuellar, who managed to do relevant work in the organization despite the Cold War. With that example in mind, and in view of our region's adherence to the purposes of the Charter, and in order to ensure better representation, we believe it is time for the next Secretary General to come from Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, Peru is committed to ensuring that this General Assembly this year is not a mere commemoration, but the reaffirmation of our commitment to collective action that will revitalize the United Nations as a tool that supports peace and global unity, as well as development. We must stand firm in the truth, in the face of narratives that try to conceal it, pervert it, or openly lie in order to hide agendas that do not correspond to our time, much less to the destiny of humanity. For this reason, it is essential that we strengthen truth against narratives that are based on hatred, the lie repeated that seeks to impose itself and only leads to destruction. But despite
She's
all of
gone
these
over her time,
truth
just saying nothing really.
will find a way, and truth will set us free. Peace and unity for Peru and for the world.
Is she over time?
For all those on
I
the
think so. I mean, not as much as Trump. I mean, Trump, you know, is a normalizing, right? He makes everybody else look good, I guess. So, you know,
Let us seek the development of our
yeah,
peoples.
I don't think she said anything really of substance.
Together,
yeah.
let
So
us
sometimes quite ambiguous, but it's
without hating one another. Let us work for.
I
the
hate to be
development of our
luxist, but it,
people.
you know, just in terms of
Yes,
mannerisms, it is very
no to violence.
sort of,
No to war.
Very what?
you know, Mussolini-esque, you know, kind of, you know,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank
Mussolini was at least charismatic. Sorry.
I guess I'm exceedingly ignorant.
the Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King
So
Abdullah.
Jordan should be interesting, obviously of key importance. What's remarkable to me about Jordan, among other things, is that, you know, if you listen closely to Netanyahu, I believe that he has said, I don't want another Palestinian state, meaning that Jordan is a Palestinian state. You'd think that that would set off alarm bells in some quarters in Amman. I don't know if I'm missing something or I'm being naive.
Jordan has no sovereignty. Of course, it sets off alarm bells, but they don't do anything. They have no sovereignty. They're literally just a client state that has no really say over its own fate.
It's remarkable that they're not a member of the Hague Group. You have all these countries from around the world that are at least, you know,
Exactly.
organizing to take a step to do something, and Jordan won't even.
Well, the problem is that the Hague Group is supposed to be an action group, so they commit to specific measures. And I think Jordan is very good at lofty rhetoric in defense of the Palestinian people, but they don't take action. And to the contrary, they serve as a part of the defense mechanism of the strategic defense mechanism for Israel.
Yeah, they do take action. It's the wrong action.
Another direction.
Yeah, I mean, how many Iranian missiles did they shoot down?
Right.
the world
They didn't
down
even
once
participate
again.
in the Hague Group meeting
However,
that took place in
also
Bogota, like
has
China,
gone
not a member of the Hague Group, at least showed up for the meeting.
through a
Jordan didn't do
full
that.
cycle,
Some 30 other
and
countries.
again,
It's disgusting.
bombed indiscriminately,
Let's
yet
see what
again,
he's saying.
killed, injured, and maimed, yet again, displaced and dispossessed, yet again. Denied rights, dignity, their basic humanity, yet again. So I must ask, how long? How long will it be before we find a resolution to this conflict? One that safeguards the rights of all sides and allows a level of normalcy in the lives of the families at its core. How long will it be before I stand before you and speak, not of suffering and devastation in my region, but of prospect, prosperity, and potential? Sadly, this is not the only conflict in our world. And
I
some
wonder
may
if he
say that
knows
other wars
that other people are sneering at him and under their breath saying, you know,
is unique.
as soon as you take action
Longest
or
standing
speak
conflict
up, really,
in the
truly.
world. An illegal occupation of a helpless population by a self-declared democratic nation, and a flagrant violation of repeated UN resolutions, international law, and human rights conventions. A failure that should have elicited outrage and action, especially from major democracies. Instead, it has been met with decades of inertia. My friends, the war in Gaza marks one of the darkest moments in this institution's history.
I believe Jordan still
Although
has
it is today's
diplomatic
hope,
relations with Israel.
the injustice stretches back decades. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has been on the UN agenda throughout its 8 decades of existence.
To conflict.
How long will we be satisfied
There's the
with
war in
condemnation after condemnation without concrete action? When it comes to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, it seems that what unfolds in the halls of power is theory, the struggles and suffering.
You know, when he speaks in Arabic, I mean, he's fluent and comfortable in English, but when he's speaking in Arabic, he is so strained and uncomfortable, and he can't pronounce Arabic words well. It's just yeah.
In fact, many would argue these processes served as a distraction as Israel grabbed more land, expanded illegal settlements, demolished homes, and displaced entire neighborhoods. Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem have been vandalized and desecrated by those under government protection. And throughout all these years, Israeli families too have not been able to live in true security because military action cannot bring the safety they need. Nowhere is that more evident than in Gaza. More than 60,000 Palestinians killed, 50,000 children injured or killed, miles of burnt out rubble, neighborhoods, hospitals, schools, farms, even mosques and churches in ruins.
Indeed.
Widespread starvation.
Again, Trump makes him look good.
And what we are seeing,
at least, you know,
is only a
depicting
glimpse.
some level of the reality, but there's
Never
no
in
action.
our modern
And
history
you know, per your
has the lenses of
his
international
speech,
media
you know, it's
been
you know,
obscured like this.
the Hashemite kingdom is often described as sort of a British,
Almost 2 years in,
under
and the
British
cruelty
influence.
of this military campaign
So it's kind of
continues
befitting that he
unabated.
speaks with a British accent.
Furthermore,
Well, his mother's British, and he was never really, he wasn't in line to the throne. He wasn't meant to take power after his father. It was his brother Hamza, who he's been under house arrest for years now.
And there is nothing great about that.
Yeah.
I can't help but wonder if
I know that he was King Hussein's brother.
Yeah. So Hamza was underage.
Sorry?
Hamza was underage, and his brother Hussein was supposed to, take the throne until Hamza was of age. But on his deathbed, he changed his mind, apparently, because it's kind of a tangential story, but the wife of Hussein was already trying to move in and change things in the palace, and it angered him. And so he, on his deathbed, passed it to his son Abdullah, who could not speak Arabic at all, like really had trouble. I mean, he could speak, he could understand it, but he could not speak it, and he pronounced it like a British guy, because that's where he grew up. And it was supposed to be a temporary sovereignty until Hamza came of age, but he got into power, and he liked it there, and made sure his brother never came to power.
And lead to an all-out clash that no nation would be able to escape. How long before we hold all nations to the same standards? How long before we recognize the Palestinians as people who aspire to the same things?
It's like he's an op-ed writer and not,
and we act on that recognition.
It's like, how long?
How long before we recognize that statehood is not something Palestinians need to earn? It is not a reward. It is an indisputable right.
This is a oft-repeated quote from yesterday, including by the Secretary General.
In Jordan, we are determined to work for a world in which people are secure in their homes, are safe to practice their faiths, and are able to live and thrive in dignity. As custodians of Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem, we safeguard these holy places against actions that violate the city's legal and historical status quo. Compromising the delicate balance in the holy city will turn it into a tinderbox that ignites global conflict. And Jordan is serving as the main base for international humanitarian response in Gaza, working by all possible means to provide critical supplies of aid and food.
And here again, watch
and
and
we
all the
appreciate
speakers
our regional and international partners.
will focus on the humanitarian relief that they are offering, so as not to talk about the real. I mean, Jordan could cut off diplomatic relations with Israel. It could cut off its security cooperation. It could cut off its strategic defense cooperation. It could cut off its trade. It hasn't done any of those things.
Yeah, which would be hugely impactful and detrimental to Israel, because after the with the Ansarullah blocking the Red Sea and making the port of Eilat obsolete, they've depended entirely on the land route through Jordan for supplies.
We are seeing more nations stepping up on behalf of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza.
I mean, it's remarkable
One that
listening to him talk this whole litany of excoriating Israel. He literally defended Israel. When Iran was retaliating.
Security. It is a prelude for greater violence. Repeated wars are teaching
And they did
generations
it under the pretext that we're going to keep Jordan's skies neutral, right? That was the pretext that they gave their people, and yet they allowed Israeli jets to fly and American jets to fly through their airspace unimpeded.
Right.
Seems I have the same problem as President Trump.
He's lost his teleprompter.
Oh.
Begin to coexist side by side. This is the two-state solution, in line with international law and UN resolution.
Yeah, that was a metaphor. I have the same problem
An
as
independent and viable Palestinian state.
Yeah,
East
much
Jerusalem
deeper
as its
meaning.
capital, alongside a secure Israel.
You see,
living
for all
in
of the how long, he falls back into humanitarian aid, two-state solution.
This has
He
been the
approves
promise
talking
of
points.
the Arab Peace Initiative, in which Arab and Muslim partners around the globe extended their hand. My friends, for the past 2 years, we have finally seen the
Has he
world's
talked
countries
about two-state?
sharing in the courage of ordinary
And
people
again,
from
I mean,
every
I'd love
walk of
to
life,
see someone, a journalist or someone, challenge the Jordanians about
raising their voices.
Netanyahu says he doesn't want a Palestinian state, another Palestinian state, meaning you're already a Palestinian state. That's kind of a direct threat to Jordan. You know, that's saying we intend to expel more Palestinians into Jordanian territory. Jordan does not consider itself a Palestinian state,
It
obviously.
has been too long,
It's
and it must act.
in a sense, it's an existential threat to Jordan, and yet Jordan has diplomatic relations.
I understand my audio for some reason is not good. So
Sometimes it's fine now. Just occasionally it gets garbled.
I think when the other person is speaking, for some reason, there's some distortion. But anyway, it's not in my control.
Yeah, we're going to try to take down the UNGA audio a little bit at the appropriate time. So please feel free to chime in whenever, Craig, and you as well, Susan.
And invite him to address the assembly.
So he asked the question, how long, and his recipe is perpetual.
Exactly. Yeah.
So Korea on the Security Council has voted with the elected members generally. It's not called it a genocide. It's very much under U.S. tutelage of South Korea. If you talk to South Korea experts, Tim Chirac and others, they'll tell you it's still tremendously under U.S. tutelage as well.
Absolutely.
I think tutelage is quite mild, really occupation.
Yeah.
Even more meaningful results under their outstanding leadership.
I think that there's an insidious process in terms of who gets on the Security Council. I haven't broken it down, but I mean, like right now you have Pakistan on the Security Council, but it's a coup government after Imran Khan has been displaced. So they say some of the right things, but you know that they're still tethered to the United States as well.
What the UN has achieved, I would confidently reply, look at the 80-year history of the Republic of Korea. It is no exaggeration to say that the Republic of Korea's history, dotted with challenges and responses, is the history of the United Nations, which has constantly confronted enormous challenges facing humanity. Liberated from colonial rule the very year that the United Nations was founded, the Republic of Korea emerged from the scars of division and ashes of war through UN assistance, maintaining national identity while achieving industrialization and blooming into a democracy. Therefore, the Republic of Korea in itself is a country that has proven the value of the UN's existence. Whenever the Republic of Korea revived the hopes of lives as precious as the weight of the universe amidst horrific wars and disasters, the UN flag fluttered at the center of that intense solidarity. The United Nations has strived to provide equal rights and opportunities to everyone without discrimination, and has provided education and vaccines to make children's lives blossom. The small country in the East, which rose with the support of the UN and the international community has become a proud UN member that is drawing the world's attention. It is raising its role and responsibility as a member of the international community more rapidly than any other country. There were times when democracy and peace were in crisis, but each time the Republic of Korea rose with indomitable strength. Even a safe coup could not break the people of the Republic of Korea's strong will, desiring democracy and peace. The revolution of light that the people of the Republic of Korea achieved against the darkness of the insurrection last winter was a historic moment that demonstrated the brilliant achievement of the UN spirit. The remarkable resilience and strength of democracy that the Republic of Korea has shown will be ours as well as that of the entire world. I need you to take my hand and guide me away from all this,
Of course,
away
Korea
to
is
where the light
another
shines through,
country that has very
where the
close.
flowers
If we could
bloom.
knock him down a little bit, Craig, yeah, please go ahead. I mean, it's
As the
largely
novelist
rhetorical here.
Han, laureate of the Nobel Prize in Literature,
I was saying that Korea is another country that has very close economic, trade, and military and technological relationships with the Israeli regime. And while their rhetoric has shifted over the course, since the beginning of the current wave of genocide in Gaza, and they have condemned attacks on civilians, and they've, encouraged more humanitarian aid and so on. At the same time, they've been deepening their cooperation with the Israeli regime on weapons, technology, and trade more generally. And, as Susan was saying, a very close, obviously, to the U.S. government and to its foreign policy parameters. So kind of a typical, middle of the road government during the genocide, but one that, in my view, because of its close collaboration on military and other areas with Israel, is in breach of its international legal obligations to cut off that trade and cooperation as determined by the International Court of Justice. So, not exactly the banner carriers of a principled approach during a genocide.
It's remarkable that we've heard no country talk about economic measures, economic sanctions. The only reference to apartheid, I think, was as the UN having played a role in ending apartheid, I think by Guterres in South Africa. But here we are, economic connections to even to countries that are doing this. And we had the Indonesians talk about a protection force, but no talk of economic sanctions, economic measures in order to attempt to bring Israel to compliance with some level of international law.
Particularly since these statements are being delivered in the General Assembly Hall, where just a few days ago, on the 18th of September, the one-year deadline set by the General Assembly for Israeli compliance expired. And one of the things in that resolution that were mentioned were precisely, continued economic relations with the occupation and with the crimes being perpetrated in Palestine. So, we're 5 days away from that deadline, and we're not hearing anything about those additional measures, at least not in these statements.
Yeah, or 5 days after the deadline.
That's right.
Yeah. It's like do this or else. Finally do this or else, and there's so far been no or else.
Right. Exactly.
And we should note, as you were sort of indicating, Craig, the UN Commission highlighted that all of these countries were put on notice in January of 2024 with the emergency orders of the International Court of Justice that they had an obligation under the Genocide Convention. And in some respect, they've all failed that. They've all failed to take seriously their responsibilities
We will further
under that
develop our
convention.
institutions and cultures so that everyone residing in the Republic of Korea, both nationals and foreigners, can be respected as an equal member of society in all fields of life. The Republic of Korea will strengthen and lead cooperation.
Mariam Barghouti apparently just tweeted that Allenby, I guess the Allenby Bridge, was indefinitely closed as a measure against states voting for two states. You know, Israel's, and that's interesting if it was done just as Jordanian representative was speaking. We got to recall a year ago, Netanyahu gave his deranged speech and then ordered the hit, the assassination. It was, you know, gigantic missiles killing Nasrallah in Lebanon. I mean, they literally use the UN as a platform, in a sense, for committing further aggression.
And they published the photograph of the moment.
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Yes, exactly.
You meant you said Trump, but you meant Netanyahu.
Oh, I meant Netanyahu. I'm sorry.
Not much of a difference there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, exactly.
I have some measure of grace.
So he purportedly, Netanyahu threatened that Israelis will break off relationships and no Israelis will travel to the countries recognizing the Palestinian state. So frankly, I actually tweeted back, congratulations to the peoples of these countries, you know, that you don't have to deal with Israelis anymore.
Well, not only that, but, you know, there is now belatedly a move to isolate Israel economically and militarily and in other ways, as was done with South Africa. And the beauty of Israeli, you know, arrogance and hubris is that they're helping to isolate themselves through these kinds of measures. And where, you know, if the government of Jordan doesn't have the courage to do it, Israel is now doing it for them.
Yeah.
And so, you know,
what do you think is actually driving that shift? Because I mean, it's been pretty. It's been a real clear pivot. It wasn't even gradual because European leaders collectively were very firmly on kind of a trajectory of, you know, just paying lip service and not taking any real action. Also two-siding things, October 7th thing, everything. And then suddenly they made this pivot. And I'm curious what do you think was the impetus or the force pushing them that way?
I mean, I think it's, you know this. I mean, you know, you have 75 years of incremental genocide and a tacit agreement between Israel and its Western sponsors that as long as they continue that pace of incremental genocide, they will have continued support. You had that new government come in 2023 saying, well, nobody's going to stop us, so let's just go full accelerated genocide. And while they were right that they continued to have the support of the West in the perpetration of that genocide, that was not true of populations in the West that have been horrified by the images that they're seeing and by the clear, open perpetration of a genocide in those countries, and that they have created demands that governments weren't feeling before. And some governments have responded with, you know, meaningless gestures like calling for a two-state solution or recognizing the state of Palestine, while others are demanding more. And I think that movement is only going to continue to grow, and that isolation is going to continue. We haven't heard anything earth-shattering so far, but I'm looking forward to hearing, for example, from Colombia in the afternoon that is poised to announce a number of, you know, the introduction of a resolution calling for a session under Uniting for Peace of the General Assembly that should include some so-called further measures, including potentially a call for a protection force and other sorts of measures. So, yeah, I mean, so far we've heard a lot of warm milk. I'm hoping there'll be a bit more whiskey in some of the subsequent speeches.
Yeah. definitely looking forward to Colombia, but also Spain and Slovenia, in particular, as well as some of the Hague Group countries to
Right.
see. Yeah, if we'll get any whiskey, as you said.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'm missing something. I'm trying to see when Colombia is. Is it scheduled for this afternoon?
I thought it was this afternoon, but maybe not. It might be later, and they just may be planning to make their statements on the margins.
Maybe.
What about Slovenia and Spain? When are they due to speak?
It's supposed to be Qatar next, then Suriname, Lithuania, Portugal, Uruguay, and then Slovenia and Egypt, Kazakhstan, and then South Africa. South Africa is scheduled to be at 1:30, which, so we're, so far behind schedule that it's laughable already. And, I don't know how long we're going to go here. I mean, I'm totally open to reconvening if I mean, this is being made possible by volunteers doing work. So I'm completely flexible, and I'll update people as we can do. But you, Craig and Susan, you obviously have an open invite, and I'll try to get other people involved. I had Patrick Bond from South Africa scheduled to speak when they're on, but the schedule is so far behind. I don't know that that's going to happen, and it might not mesh with his schedule. Has Korea said anything about Gaza? I don't know if I missed it.
I can get you.
Go ahead. I haven't seen anything. I've been kind of loosely following the text beneath that.
Likewise, I'm told not. I'm told by Roel, who's done so much of the technical work, that they have not so much as made reference to it. So that's remarkable, particularly for a country that's on the UN Security Council, I think.
Indeed. When is China due to speak? I'm interested to hear what they say.
I have a list in front of me, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be searchable. So I'm seeing them on the 26th in the morning. So in a couple of days, I guess on Thursday or Friday.
Going forward, the government of the Republic of Korea will consistently seek a path to resolve military tensions and restore inter-Korean trust. The most certain peace is a state where there is no need.
Yeah, they're third up in the morning on Friday.
Comprehensive dialogue.
Colombia is supposed to be Thursday morning, so I think they're going to make a statement on the margins this afternoon. I think around 4 o'clock.
And confrontation on the Korean.
By on the margins, is there a public forum? I know that there was a public forum yesterday focusing on the French-Saudi proposal, I suppose. Will this be in a public forum or some other setting?
I assume it's going to be in their own setting.
Inter-Korean relations.
Meaning that they'll have a news conference, or
that's either a news conference or a statement on the margins. I don't know exactly where they're doing it.
Well, that could be very significant. People should be paying attention to what Colombia is doing. They might actually put forward a UN General Assembly Uniting for Peace resolution that does have concrete measures attached to it, sanctions, protection force, suspending Israel from the General Assembly, creating a tribunal. These have been things that many people have been calling for.
Between the United States and the DPRK. Denuclearization is undoubtedly a grave task, but it is time to seek realistic and rational solutions based on a cool-headed perception that denuclearization cannot be achieved in the short term.
Rally is planned at the Colombian mission at 2 o'clock. I believe that there have been lots of protests around the UN and will continue to be this week. I think this might be the only protest that's sort of in support.
Realizing lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula would present new hope and possibility to
It's
human
amazing, like how many.
overcome conflict.
I'm just struck by how many words can be said without saying anything.
Yeah, it's an art form, I guess.
UND initiative and fulfill its
The
responsibility.
Colombian mission
Our goal
is
contribute
on
prosperity.
people are in New York on 57th Street.
Global challenges together may sound
And I guess that's Madison.
vision.
On
However,
40 East 57th Street. If people are in New York at 2 o'clock,
not merely the
it's in an
absence
hour.
of armed conflict, but the realization of a community where differences are respected and people coexist. As long as respect and aspiration for diversity is inside us, we can always unite and embrace one another. K-culture is connecting people all over the world beyond borders, language, and cultural differences. The success and spread of K-culture prove that universal empathy is possible, transcending differences in all backgrounds. Gathering
The
the energy of
technological
solidarity,
aspect of
coexistence,
Israel is
and
really
consideration.
remarkable. I've written recently about Larry Ellison, the head of Oracle, who was briefly the richest man in the world, a strong supporter of. I think he's the largest personal funder of Friends of the IDF. Trump is trying to make him effectively a key figure, if not the primary backer of TikTok USA, so that they can further gut big tech platforms of content. I remember Craig warning about this, that they weren't trying to ban TikTok. They were trying to purge TikTok of content critical of Israel, especially among young people. The head of the ADL said, we got a Gen X problem. So to hear the South Korean representative talking about technology and so on, it's been such an insidious technology tied to military and surveillance efforts and methods of spying and surveillance and control that Israel, it's another dimension of the special role that Israel plays in terms of projecting power and fostering oppression.
Yeah.
Amir of the state of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the assembly.
All right, let's see Qatar.
Yes, Squid Games taught us so much empathy, says Emily. I don't follow pop culture enough to fully grasp that, but
Oh, you should watch Squid Games.
That's
In the
a
name of God, most
Korean
compassionate, most merciful. Your
product,
Excellency,
and that's why they're
President
referencing it, though.
Assembly,
Yes.
Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General, may the peace of God be upon you. The United Nations has been established 8 decades ago on the basis of principles that humanity has reached after 2 world wars. These rules are based on the maintenance of international peace and security and
I don't know that any
respect for human
Qataris were
dignity
killed in the bombing.
Yes, they were.
They were.
internal
Mhm.
affairs and to cooperate
Yeah, they were staff, the civilians mostly in the building.
our peoples.
I think
I
there
knew it
were.
was staff, but I didn't know the
This will allow-
nationalities of the staff.
If we allow
There were, I think, 5
allow
actual
the
Qataris. I believe. I might be wrong, but
rule of the jungle, where
they
perpetrators and violators enjoy benefits.
they had the martyrs wrapped in the Qatari flag.
This is the political realism that we are facing that has been reduced to the ability to impose a status quo. This is a crisis. Such conduct finds that violators consider that tolerating them is a weakness. What must prioritize the discussion in the international community now is how to restore collective security as per the UN Charter and how to restore the legitimacy of the international system. Your Excellencies, as you know, Doha on the 9th of September has suffered a treacherous attack that targeted the negotiating delegation of Hamas in a residential neighborhood that includes schools and diplomatic missions. As a result of this attack, 6 martyrs have fallen, including a Qatari national who serves in the internal security forces, and 18 people have been injured. This aggression was a violation against our sovereignty and a blatant violation that is unjustified of international law. But the whole world was shocked because of the circumstances of this heinous act, which we have classified as state terrorism. Unlike the claim of the Prime Minister of Israel, this attack is not a legitimate right to follow perpetrators of terrorism. It is an act of a diplomacy that is dedicated to political assassinations, and it undermines any diplomatic efforts aimed at ending the genocide against the people in Gaza. It is also an attempt to kill politicians who are members of a delegation that engages in negotiations with Israel while they were studying an American proposal. As you know, Qatar hosts, as a mediator during the negotiations, hosts delegations of Hamas and Israel. Qatari mediation has, in fact, achieved, in cooperation with Egypt and the USA, the release of hostages. And the last agreement was negated by Israel unilaterally, preventing an ability to reach a permanent ceasefire and the release of all hostages and the withdrawal of the occupying forces from the Gaza Strip and the humanitarian access and the release of Palestinian prisoners. They visit our country and
Interesting, they're calling them prisoners.
They negotiate with delegations and plot to assassinate the members of the negotiation teams. It is difficult to cooperate with such a mentality that does not respect the most minimum standards of cooperation. It is impossible. Is this not the definition of a rote government? The delegation.
Did he say rogue government?
The Commission of Negotiations, a continuation of war in other means, and a way to delude the Israeli public opinion. If the release of Israeli hostages is the end of war, the government of Israel is abandoning the notion of releasing the hostages. Their goal is to destroy Gaza so that it is unlivable and where no one can study or receive treatment. In other words, and the viability of the Gaza Strip to displace its population. Therefore, the Israeli leader wants to continue war. He believes in what is called Greater Israel. He believes that war is an opportunity to expand settlements and to change the status quo in the
war.
In Al-Quds Sharif.
Still a war. I haven't heard him call it a genocide. It's just a war.
That's interesting.
He also called Palestinian hostages prisoners. He said the release of his prisoners earlier.
Position is the goal of this war. This treacherous attack against the sovereignty of a Gulf state thousands of miles away has confirmed that the Israeli Prime Minister, who takes pride in changing the face of the Middle East, reveals and manifestation.
The Emir has used the term collective genocide. I'm not sure quite what that means, but
Arab countries and Muslim
No,
countries
I think that's a
warned.
translation issue because in Ibadah Jama'iyya in Arabic means like, yeah, genocide is like 2 words. So I think he just did a literal translation.
Democratic country surrounded by enemies, but in fact, it is an enemy to its surrounding neighbors, and it's engaged in a genocide, and its leader is proud of preventing the establishment of a Palestinian state, and he promises that such a state will never be established, and he takes pride in preventing peace with the Palestinians, and that he will prevent such peace in the future. Israel is surrounded by states either who have signed a peace agreement or who are committed to the Arab Peace Initiative, but Israel does not make do with truces and settlements. It desires to impose its will on its surrounding Arab neighbors, and everyone who believes its will is either anti-Semitic or and everyone who opposes its will is either anti-Semitic or a terrorist. Even Israel's allies realize this fact and reject it. And here we are today, where we witness an international solidarity movement that is similar to the international movement against apartheid last century. And I would be remiss not to express my appreciation with the solidarity we have received in Qatar after the attack, including the statement by the Security Council that has condemned the attack. Distinguished Excellencies, Qatar will remain true to its history and legacy, opposing the crimes that take place. We believe in the ability of reconciling interests with security. We will continue to speak truth, and we will engage in diplomacy when our enemies find it easier to use weapons. We have engaged to mediate an end to the war and allow for humanitarian access and release hostages, and we have faced disinformation campaigns. However, these campaigns will not deter us. We will continue our efforts in cooperation and partnership with Egypt and the United States of America. We are firmly convinced that peace can only be achieved in our region through a firm position from the Security Council, from accepting and tolerating the occupation's crimes, until allowing to the Palestinian people to enjoy their right to self-determination and establish their state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of 1967 as per UN resolutions and the two-state solution that has been the consensus of the international community. We appreciate the role of states that have recognized the state of Palestine. There is no doubt that such recognition is morally important because it sends a message that violence and more violence will not succeed in liquidating a just cause such as the cause of Palestine, and we urge more states to recognize the state of Palestine. We believe that instability knows no border and that humanity's destiny is intertwined. Therefore, Qatar has continued its diplomatic efforts to contribute to the settlement of other crises, such as in Ukraine and wars in Africa. And our persistence have continued with partners in Africa in order to draft peace agreements. Most importantly was the signing of a declaration of principles in Doha between the DRC and the Congo River Alliance in March. Our efforts support the leadership of the US to achieve a peace agreement in the east of the country, and Qatar will continue to engage as an international partner in order to achieve the peaceful settlement of conflicts and to seize opportunities to establish global peace. Your Excellencies, some states in our region still suffer the lack of security and stability. However, there is hope through some positive developments. In our dear Syria, since the end of last year, is going through a new phase. that we hope will be a path towards achieving the aspirations of the Syrian people towards stability, development, and the rule of law after the end of a dark phase of the country's history. Egypt has stood by the Syrian people throughout the previous years. I recalled and urged to support Syria from this podium, even when it seemed to fall off the international agenda. The international community is called upon to assist Syria now in order to succeed through the transition phase after decades of suffering. Our experience in other Arab countries has taught us that building state institutions and establishing relations between a state and others is based on equality, and internal stability on the basis of respect for diversity are paramount issues at this stage. Qatar will not spare an effort to provide the necessary support to our brothers and sisters in Syria. And we have no doubt that the Syrians will be able to overcome this phase and to reject sectarianism in all its forms, and that they will reject external interference, especially the Israeli attempts to divide Syria and the conduct of Israel that is as though all areas south of Damascus are areas of Israeli influence. The Middle East has also witnessed positive developments through the election of President Ahmed Joseph Aoun in Lebanon and the appointment of Mr. Nawaf Salam as a prime minister, which is a step towards stability in the country. Qatar will continue to support Lebanon government and people and institutions, and will continue to support the Lebanese army. We emphasize the need to implement Security Council Resolution 1701 and the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the areas it occupied during the last war, and to end Israeli interference in internal Lebanese affairs. For Sudan, the people in Sudan continue to suffer an unprecedented humanitarian crisis because of the continued violence. We call once again on all parties to prioritize the national interest and to engage in a comprehensive dialogue that leads to a permanent peace and that preserves the unity of Sudan and its territorial integrity and independence, and that achieves development and stability. We declare our support for all international efforts that aim to achieve this goal. Distinguished Excellencies, Doha has always been a global capital that hosts major events in all spheres, and an area where leaders convene and decision makers from around the world to engage in negotiations and the formulation of solutions. Doha will host the Second World Summit for Social Development from the 4th to 6th November this year, and we look forward to welcoming you all during this conference. There is no doubt that the trust of the international community in Qatar is based on our successes in the past.
This is very much reminiscent of the summit that the Qataris
based on this legacy,
joint summit, the League of Arab States and
submitted
organization
our application to host the Olympics
after the Israeli
believing that sports
where
is
there
not
was
just
a lot
competition,
of
but a bridge
rhetoric,
between
but
cultures
no practical
and a
action
means to
whatsoever. And
promote
again,
peace and
we're now
understanding.
here at
And
the
as such,
high-level
we
strength
have
of the
also
general
organized
debate,
and hosted
and it's
the
really
World,
no
the FIFA World Cup,
measures or
proving
calls
that we are able of
to address
in
either the
hosting
genocide in Palestine
sporting events of this
or
magnitude.
the
In
oppression.
conclusion, the state of Qatar, realizing the seriousness of the challenges facing the international community, commits to our partnership in seeking truth, peace, and justice in international relations. Thank you, and may the peace of God be upon you.
It's kind of striking to me how halting his speech was. I don't know if that's typical for him or not, but
I don't think it was him. I think that was the interpreter. Yeah, I don't think the interpreter was very good, but he wasn't halting in Arabic.
Okay. He did do the perfunctory, that progress can only come from a firm position of the UN Security Council, which to me is, code for handing it over to you, USA. Similar to saying two-state solution is a way of precluding a democratic one-state solution, saying UN Security Council effectively is a way of hindering action through the General Assembly, this very body, through Uniting for Peace. Please, I'm sure you folks have some observations.
As we celebrate the United
Well,
Nations.
I think that's absolutely right. I think there is, amongst more conservative delegations, there is this unspoken commitment to going through the Security Council, where the P5 and the US especially have a veto, have a yes or a no. And so they can use whatever rhetoric they want, so long as they don't seek to circumvent the General Assembly and the Security Council. And we're going to see during this session how well that holds, because if we don't see a Uniting for Peace meeting convened in the General Assembly, not to just once again call for a ceasefire and humanitarian aid, but to actually mandate action, whether that action is a protection force or sanctions or a military embargo or a criminal tribunal or the reactivation of the anti-apartheid mechanisms or the rejection of the UN credentials of the Israelis. If that doesn't happen, then we will know that the opportunity provided to the global majority by Uniting for Peace has been abandoned because of pressure from the Americans or a lack of principle on the part of these other governments.
What's remarkable to me is, as you say, the Arab League and so on not constituting any action in the role I keep going back to of Algeria, when the final order from the International Court of Justice came down in May of 2024, ordering a halt to Israel's attack on Rafah. And the Algerians actually drafted a resolution at the UN Security Council to implement that order, which should have been voted on, and presumably the US would veto it, of course, but that would have been a tipping point for galvanizing action, because you would have had an order from the ICJ, not an advisory opinion, an order from the ICJ that the US was vetoing. But right then you had Biden come out with his phony Netanyahu has agreed to a ceasefire, which Netanyahu himself disputed, and they actually got a UN Security Council resolution through to bless their phony negotiating process with Qatar and Egypt, which is almost like an Oslo-like process, because the hope, we wanted it should have been resolved using international law, and then we had the Oslo process. And the ICJ orders, especially from the genocide case, were basically an attempt to reassert international law here. And with that maneuver in May and June, they effectively brought it back to this so-called negotiating process that the US largely controls. And then it ends with Israel literally bombing it. So it's quite a trajectory that they've had, and it couldn't have been done without the complicity of the elected members of the UN Security Council, like Algeria, by not forcing a vote. They should have forced a US veto. As far as I'm concerned, they should have forced a US veto every week. And then that would have built up the momentum for a UN Assembly Uniting for Peace resolution, which still might happen. But it's at least a year too late, and the galvanizing forces need to be there. All eyes now are on Colombia and what they're putting forward, which is of critical importance. But the complicity of the elites in Arab countries, whether Jordan or Qatar, even if they're under the gun, they're not able to raise up enough stamina to seriously challenge the U.S.-Israeli domination.
We do not want military aggression.
Please, I'd love your thoughts, Susan. Any additional thoughts from Craig? I'm sure that make some reference. The next couple of countries, Suriname, Lithuania, Portugal, Uruguay, but I think we're going to sign off soon. Maybe if we have the Chi, we'll come back for Slovenia and later. So folks, please stay tuned, but I should regroup with the volunteers and so on, and figure out where we take it from here. But please, Susan.
I was just corresponding with somebody on the floor at the UN right now, and says, it's been a surreal day, especially as we listen to Trump speak. Indonesia pledged for troops to secure the peace for Palestinians was heartening, but his impassioned affirmation of the right of Israel to security was a bit shocking. The Uniting for Peace resolution will be pursued after the high-level week.
So we don't expect movement on that until
it seems so. So what I'm hearing is that they cannot they can't convene an emergency General Assembly session simultaneous with the GA plenary. However, before that, the veto initiative might be convened because of some procedural requirement to do it within 10 days of a veto being cast. Craig, you might be more.
Yeah, is that necessary? I thought the session is always in session. It could always be called.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just sort of repeating what I was just told. I don't know the procedures of the UN.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that they can't. It might be that they won't. The 10th emergency special session on Palestine has not been closed. It's just temporarily suspended, and it can be reconvened without all of the usual steps necessary, and it can be convened within 24 hours. Whether or not they would consider doing so during the general debate, the high-level portion that we're following now, is another question. There may be some procedural hurdle there that I haven't heard of, but in general, there shouldn't be any hurdle. The whole idea is it's an emergency special sessions can be convened at any time. They're emergency sessions.
So yeah, but I mean, what I'm hearing is that the emergency session cannot be convened during the GA plenary. I don't know if that's if that's a procedural thing, or it could be just a strategic limitation.
Or even a logistical limitation. Everybody is all taken. This is like the busiest moment of the year for all of these delegations, and so it might be practically difficult for them. But
what is the veto initiative, though?
There is I don't know which veto initiative they're talking about there, but there is an initiative, a reform initiative, to get the voluntary abstention from the use of the veto, where you have certified genocide, crimes against humanity, large-scale war crimes, and so on. But it doesn't have any. It's not been adopted. It's an initiative, I think, of like Liechtenstein, Switzerland, some states that have been pushing this for years. I don't know the reference there. I don't know who you're corresponding with.
Yeah, I don't want to say it publicly. Person. I mean, I can tell you offline, but
yeah, I mean, what I know is that there are a number of states that, in connection with this General Assembly, are planning to call, have been calling offline, like in their capitals, for the convening of an emergency special session under Uniting for Peace, specifically to look at issues like the mandating of a protection force. There's an expectation that we'll hear another call in connection with the Assembly today, and I don't know what the venue is, from the President of Colombia, and that there is support for that coming from others, as we heard from Indonesia and what the timing of that will be is to be determined by the diplomats themselves. They could do it now, or they could do it in the coming days. But the announcement, the call for it, I think, is going to be important. And the most concrete information we have so far is that is going to be coming at some point today, perhaps at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere, from the president of Colombia.
For what it's worth, the representative from Suriname seems fairly reasonable on various matters. I'm not saying that to necessarily tune into her, because I think we should take at least a break, if not wrap up here.
Yeah.
I want to emphasize again the initiative by Colombia, and there's the opportunity, I think, given the eyes on the UN with the opening of the General Assembly, for people from around the world to be petitioning and speaking out. And you'd think that there would be more parliamentarians in different countries compelling their countries to back the Colombian initiative and other efforts to put concrete measures. And stopgenocide.com, thank you so much to volunteers, Emily, Alia, Roel, and others who've put this together, have also put together at stopgenocide.com/UNGA an easy way for people to send emails to their various representatives, governments, other governments, to get them to take concrete measures. So I think that there's a number. They also they put together, I don't know if they have it or it's on my Substack, at the papersproject.com, a flyer on uniting that people can use as a resource as well. Thank you so much, Susan. Thank you so much, Craig. And again, thank you to the volunteers that made this possible. This would not have happened without their work and effort.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Great initiative, Sam. Let's do it again.
Excellent. Thank you, Craig.
Bye.
National development, regional stability, and economic resilience.